Hello. How are you? I'm pretty good actually. I'm still sick. I think I've decided I'm sick because I'm sleeping but still remaining tired, and then I'm like a little mucusy, but that's okay. That's a weird letter before. Is that Faye? What is that? That is a letter from a lexicon I am not part of. Hello, 10-minute mail. Yeah, I played. Are we so disappointed? I played some putrid games. I've been very mixed. Very, very, very mixed. I've been half putridity and half brilliancy. You'll see, you'll see. I'll show you. I'll show you some of the games I've been playing because I played some rated before I started stream today because I had some time. So I'll show you in a second. I just need to go grab my coffee. So I'll be back in 1 second, and then we'll start our rated games and we can talk. We're back, we're back, we're back. Played a Blitz game before job interview and went as well as the setup sounds. Okay, but did the job interview go well? Hold on a second. I want to know about the job interview too. Why am I doing a little spin? Okay. How are you? A little sick. Like I've got some sort of virus or something like a cold. But it's just a cold, not a big a deal. I just started studying Japanese today. W. Learning a new language is a W. I don't even really care what language it is. Hey, Kate, how you doing? Okay, before I do my quick rated games, I want to show y'all some stuff. Look, 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 look. So I've been playing some rated. It's gone okay-ish. This game I won immediately. The more I play the Dutch, the more I love the Dutch. I've done a little bit of studying. A little bit of studying in the Dutch. And I am telling you, I am feeling it. Star Judo last Tuesday, that is also a W. I am feeling the Dutch. How do you normally study openings? Well, this time I bought the Gotham course. Because I'm sharing with my little brother as well. So we went in, like, not 50-50. I spent a little more than he did. But we went in even on the opening. On the Gotham course. That sounds good, King George first. Oh, yeah, everything is going according to plan. Let's poke. I think only wore this 2 streams ago, but nobody pointed out. Nobody said anything. It's fine. So look, 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 look. So this isn't theory, by the way. This is just me playing based off the ideas I know from just practicing the opening. And I just killed this guy. I killed this 2169. Just murdered him. Now, given, he played a very bad move. I'm not sure why he played this move, but he played f4 here and lost a piece. Welcome, Naroda. This is telling you, the Dutch has been going really well for me. It has been going extremely well. I am quite happy. And I've been enjoying the positions. That's the thing. I've been enjoying the positions I'm getting out of the Dutch. That's the biggest deal. Also, I've been starting to study Canada. Another W. Wow, you've had a lot of W's in the past like 3 days, Jim, bro. That's huge. Been a W week. Very good game yesterday. Oh yeah. Do you play the Meroxy? I transpose into the Meroxy out of the knight f3. I play knight f3 move 1, and then if my opponent plays c5, I play e4, and we transpose into a Sicilian, and then from that Sicilian we transpose into a Meroxy. Do it, Kate. Well, I don't know what that word is, but the Meroxy is a system used to play against stuff like the... What's the word I'm looking for? To play against openings like the Accelerated Dragon. It's a way of meeting the Accelerated Dragon. This is either dumb or genius. I really don't know which one. But either way, I'm having fun, so it's fine. Do I sack the pawn on d4? Maybe I do something goofy and play this. This takes, and then he takes my rook, so I lose. That's losing. I can't do that. I'll just sack the pawn on d4. Is it a town in Poland? It sounds like it. And then I'll go here and I'll play c4 next move if he lets me. How long have you been playing chess? Well, Mr. Plum. How do you get the name Plum, by the way? Goodness gracious. That's so cool. Anyway, well, Mr. Plum, I've been playing for some odd 6 years. However, I've only been taking it seriously for like 3. So, depends on how you define play. Sack the pawn, exactly. Exactly. Y'all know exactly how this goes. I'm kind of happy with my position. I don't think I'm winning, but I've played and I've won and I've lost a lot worse. I'd love to take this, but I think I can't. Because I attack it 3 times, he defends it 3 times. Draws benefit the defender. I mean, I could try for f6, but I think it's too soon. Knight d3 is annoying, but I'm not sure how problematic it is, because I just go knight b3, knight d3, knight c5. That looks fine. What if knight takes, though? How long have you been playing chess, Plum? You don't mind my asking? Which I assume you don't, because if you did, then it'd be weird to ask. Or would it? Is it weird to ask someone else a question you would be uncomfortable answering? Just as a general thing. Is that a weird thing to do? No, if it doesn't have to do with anything intimate. Fair enough. I really want to play this, but after knight takes, pawn takes, I'm worried about... this pawn's really weak too. But I'm worried about this pawn. Worried sick. My uncle is Twitch CEO? I'm a fraud? Nah, that's not a fraud. That's epic. I'm from Eastern Europe. Nepotism is based. I should stop talking. Why do I open my mouth? Okay. What is nepotism? It's when you choose people you know instead of people who are best for the job, pretty much. It's a bit of an oversimplification, but that's basically what nepotism is. It's a capital I9L, don't tell anyone? Oh. Oh, now I understand. Okay, so you outsmarted him. You outsmarted society. Sigma male move. I think I might be worse. I'm just losing the pawn. Sag. Tomorrow's my birthday? Well, happy early birthday, because I will not be live tomorrow. I just thought of something. I'm gonna whisper this to you in Aerodot, because I'm not saying it publicly, but this is fire. I can't say it. I'm not gonna whisper it to you. I have the best response, but I can't say it. I can't bring myself to. It is objectively the correct response, though. No. You guys are missing the obvious one. You guys are missing the good one. There is an obvious answer here. Do you promise not to tell anyone, Jimbro? Jimbro, do you promise not to tell anyone that I came up with it? Do you swear not to tell anyone that I came up with it? Pinky promise? Okay, good. In that case, I'll whisper to you. No, I don't. I actually don't. Fun fact. Jimbro, you can whisper it to Rexpor. I'm not saying it anymore. I'm right. Hey, thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. That was fast. Right in, perfect Prime sub. Frame perfect Prime sub. I'm not complaining. No complaints here. Yeah, it sounds like Hikaru. Okay, I'll whisper to you. I'll tell it to you, Rexpor. Again, you have to Pinky swear. Hello, pigeons. That's a good one, not gonna lie. I told you it was good. What video? Yes, it's an opening. Google it, Rexport. It's an actual opening. That's why it's so perfect. It's because it's an actual name of a real opening that exists. That one could work. I could see that. It's a little bit unsound. It's not unsound, it's dubious. It's slightly dubious. It's playable, but it's a little dubious. The deferred is actually slightly stronger. Which that should probably hint at you what I'm thinking of. If you all know your chess openings, you should know from that. It's a well-known meme opening name. Love a good dubious opening? Oh yeah, for sure. I told you it was good, Jim, bro. Your Blitz was rap rating is kind of huge. Yeah, I don't play basically any rated Blitz because I just don't like it. I'm not a Blitz guy. I really far prefer slower time controls. No, I do not play the Alaka. Actually, I'm going to go with Queen. This might be wrong, but I'm playing with Queen. Hello, Void. Or at least I assume you're talking to me. I'm a cool chess guy, right? I do not play the Alakine. I can't bring myself to it. I'm too much of a principled chess player, or at least I play one on TV. I can't bring myself to play something like the Alakine, where you basically say chess principles are for nerds, and then put on your sunglasses. It's not me. It would be fake, you know? Am I losing here? Man, it's so crazy that I have the dark squared bishop and he has the dark squared weaknesses, but I can't get my bishop to the weaknesses. Over 1,500 years of its existence, chess has been known as a military strategy tool, a metaphor for human affairs, and a measure of genius. Which it's only good at doing like half of those things. I wanted to put the knight on a1, but the problem is b2 just murders me. I would have done it if it weren't terrible. But unfortunately, it's terrible. I mean, this is terrible too, to be fair, but it's all terrible. I'm losing. That's crazy. That's crazy. Poor Epon. I know, right? Poor guy. He doesn't deserve this. Okay, he kind of deserves it. The Epon kind of deserves it, though, not gonna lie. Like, I'm not gonna deceive y'all. The Epon kind of deserves it. The Epon kind of had it coming. This position's insane. Oh, is that a good move? That's a great move. Goodness gracious, I missed that entirely. I am just losing. I mean, I have 38 seconds on the clock. That doesn't help either, but okay, let's hold the exchange down endgame. How about that? How about that plan, fellas? How about that one? I don't think I'm holding this endgame. You know what? Lo and behold. Excellent moves on the part of my opponent. I have been thoroughly outplayed. I mean, I'm still going to play it on, you know. You never know, right? I have won far worse positions, and I have lost far better. And he's not giving me anything. He is not giving me anything. Goodness gracious. Got 6 minutes, though? Yeah, that's the problem. Man. Brutal. Watch, he's going to play like Rook F5 or something. Fun police. Wee wee. You look like Mr. Beast as a chess player? What does that even mean? It's mate. Wow, brutal. Where did I go wrong? Where did it all go wrong? Mr. Beast is Nah, not at all. Not at all. That just means I have to do it to other people more to make up for the pain. Perfect timing. Mr. Beast. It was. It was like this. I can't remember the Mr. Beast. I can't tell either, Plub. It depends both on your religious beliefs and your opinion of Jesus. Oh. I am the Mr. Beast. Wait, what? Don't what? Leviticus is a trip. I've read Leviticus. I need a red arrow. Okay, give me a second. Let me fix something. Let me fix this. I need to fix my, there's some inaccuracies here. Yeah, that'll do it. I need to fix my yeah, well, I play a really bad game, so it works. Let me just, I'm just helping y'all out here. Let me just, filters. Hoppa. I'm working on it. Give me a second. There we go. How's that? Is this an improvement? Did I improve my stream? Let me just. Okay. I need a red circle. Okay, fine. Let me just. I'll get a red circle. I'll get a red circle. I'll get a red circle. Perfect. Thank you. Let me just. Huh. You're right. I do need the red circle. Let me just. I'm working on it, guys. Let me just. Yeah, do it. Okay. Just. I can just. How about this? Have we improved? Have we improved the? Have we improved the stream? Please like, comment, and subscribe. Subway Surfers gameplay. Okay, we can do that. This can be arranged. I got you guys. I got you guys. I got you. I understand. Give me a second. Okay, now we just we'll just we want window capture. Yeah. No, we want. Where is it? Here we go. We need to make it poorly cropped as well. That's important. So like, we'll just. don't even know where to put this. We could just there. Perfect. Perfection. How do we feel? How do we feel, guys? There we go. I don't know if the audio is working for it. I don't think it is, but it's fine. I fixed it. I can finally enjoy stream. You're welcome. Any questions? Thank you for the follow. Wait, you subbed before you followed? Man, society is really messed up. I still don't know where you are. I'm right here. I'm in the big red circle. No, guys. We're focusing on the wrong thing here. Let me just. I'm not. The stream isn't about me, but there we go. Now we're really talking. That's super. Mr. Beast. It was like this, right? It was like he was holding it like this. It was like that, right? Mr. Beast. Or was it the other way? He was like a weird claw on one hand and like the. Okay, that's. Welcome to my stream. This is all the time I spend like pixel aligning everything so that it looks like aesthetically pleasing without being overwhelming. And I realize I'm not appealing to the main demographic. Right? Y'all don't want like a well-structured, well-organized stream where we like understand stuff. No. That's not what society wants. It's your turn, Rex. Well, show us the game you want to play. Okay. No. Here's what I need to do. We need to focus on the chess game. Okay. The chess game is the most important part, and so to focus on the chess game, I think this is the best way of going about it. That way we can best focus on the chess game. Because otherwise, how are we supposed to focus on the chess game? But this will just improve it. We can just do that. And then, okay. We can. That'll do it. One step ahead of you, Jim, bro. Perfect. Now what we can do here is we want properties. We'll just this is yeah. We're good. Oh no, there's an ad. No, hold on a second. I'm not getting paid for this. Stop. Okay, it's fine. We fixed it. Stop it. Okay. It's fine. Okay, so there we go. We could just okay, we'll have this up here, but the red circle will be on the chessboard. That way we can. I should probably do like an opacity or something. That would make sense, right? What am I doing? What are we doing? Where's opacity? There we go. We could just. I'll put the Subway Surfers over y'all. We don't need to see Twitch chat. It's not like it's the point of the medium or anything. It's fine. We'll just. Okay, it's fine. Who cares about Twitch chat? Who cares about my face either? We'll have the red arrow covering it. That way we optimize all attention. Perfect. Because before you say anything, the game was bad. I know it was bad, but we needed distract. Okay, yeah. Let's analyze it. This is the perfect plan. I got the best. Should play the Ben game. Ben? Why? I don't understand. I was black. Gotcha. Yep, I can tell. I can see your chest commenting here. What gorilla dancing? I could probably Google it and it'll show me. Oh, I need a new Windows. That's what we're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Link or not real. Yeah, link. Okay, so while this is going, we'll just. Okay, so you said it wasn't good, but I want to see what actually is. Okay, let me make sure this is legit. Okay, gotcha. We can do that. We can do that. For instance, where's the link? We can do it. We'll just loop. Okay, that'll do it. Then we'll just go. I can. Filters. Key. Green. Okay. Just. I can just. Like, where does this even go? This can go over here. Like, it'll stand like on top of my microphone. Okay, is that better? Yeah, no, perfect plan. Nothing could ever go wrong. Uh, Thank you. I appreciate the recommendations. This is why listening to Twitch chat is a good idea. They only have the best ideas. Okay. What are you doing, man? I'm improving my Twitch stream, Mr. Man. Mr. Me. Lazy me. Put it on E4. No. I'll put it over the Black King. The Black King is actually a monkey. Okay, that's fine. And when it castles, I'll move it. Here we go. So standard opening. Yeah, that's what'll make him stay on the app. Castles. Oh, we need to move the monkey. There we go. Problem solved. That was a close one. The monkey almost, desynced. That would have been bad. The monkey desync would have been dangerous, but it's okay. We saved it. Honestly, I prefer you playing h6 first in this position. Just prevent the bishop pin. There's no reason to allow it, right? You've done a lot of good so far. Everything's fine. You don't need to castle right now. I would have preferred an h6. But okay, castling definitely isn't bad. I just, prevent the pin. Because now it's a little annoying. h6 afterwards, but again, so you're still fine, but there's no reason, not to allow the pin. There's no reason to allow the pin, is what I mean to say. I need to move this so I can see my faces as well. Just gonna like see, it's probably against my chess.com contract to like. I'll just do that. That way it's even worse. Looks like an upside down cube. Okay. Okay, bishop h4, rook e8. Sure. See, that's the problem, is now, in order to deal with the pin, you kind of want to play bishop e7, which is why h6 first was preferable. You can play d6 here and just deal with the pin, but it's a little annoying. And I would just rather not have to deal with the pin. So bishop e7 here, or, and see, if you're going to play bishop e7, then it's kind of difficult because then it blocks your rook. So rook e8 kind of is bad. It's not bad per se, but it doesn't really play with everything else that you should be doing, Bishop e6, knight d5. This is what I mean. You just got... No. He wins an exchange pretty concretely. Whoa, 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 whoa. Rexport, hold on a second. What are you cooking? You got to get rid of the pin, man. You can't keep the pin. Rook e6, he just takes on b6. And now, guess what? You lose an exchange. Rook e6... The rook e6 is attempting to be able to... I don't even know what rook e6 does. What does rook e6 do exactly? That's a good question. What does... Just a second. Let me... What is that? Can we just take a moment? I mean... You know what I'll do? I will just do this. Okay, now I can move them together. Because I know how to use OBS. This is bad Okay, look. I figured out the zoomer demographic. This is how we need to teach chess. So this is bad because the knight could take the bishop, and then this bishop will uncover the attack on the rook. And so, and this knight will be attacking this rook. And that's not a good situation. Oh, I accidentally removed both of them. Okay, give me a second. I need to put them back. I accidentally deleted them. Cheers. Anyway. Just a second. Don't click off, guys. I swear. I'll get it back. I'll get it back. Okay, the red circle's back. Image. I can fix it. I can fix it. I swear, guys, I'll fix it. I don't know, but I haven't tried. Okay, now we go here. We go shift down. And we go group selected items. Okay. There. Now I can do it. Oh, there's another ad. Let me fix that. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Just don't click off. Anyway, so yeah, that's the problem we got going here. Thank you. No. So that's the problem. Okay. This is too much. We're removing this. The ape can stay. I kind of like him. He kind of be vibing though. The ape can stay. Anyway. He's going over here, but he can stay for now. Everything else is going, but the ape can stay. Just no one ask why. Anyway. H3, bishop d4, like I said, horrible game. Yeah. C3. And then bishop d4 also does basically nothing. You need to give him a name? No. Because he's going to die soon, so it'd be sad if it did. I did keep the ape. He's there. I'll make him a little bigger. There we go. Someone name him? Okay, well. The ape can stay. Anyway. So bishop d4 also does nothing because it just allows him to play c3, and you've just improved his position by letting him play c3 with tempo and giving him a free move. g4, queen e8. I like the idea of queen e8, but he still takes and doubles your pawns. Like, takes with bishop here is brutal, because then if you take with rook, you lose an exchange, and if you take with g, then, I mean, first off, you still lose an exchange to knight takes b6, but then you also, Robert, I like Robert. Harambe's a little cliche. Robert kind of slaps. And your opponent can kind of just walk into your position. Yeah, Robert kind of slaps. I think Robert's a good name. Knight h7. I think you should have just gotten rid of this knight. This knight's the strongest piece in the position, but... And now after g6, you just let his queen in again. Again, rook takes and it might not have been that bad. He was born to be Robert? I agree. He looks like a Robert. Queen f8. Knight at g4. Knight takes. Bishop takes. King h7. What is king h7? Are you trying to... What? Again, you're just so stuck. And you're not really improving your position. Take... Oh, what? What? Take the knight. A takes. He can't take back because of the pin. I mean, he can take this way, I guess. Oh, but then you get your bishop in. Honestly, I would be willing to take and then just trade off exchange queens. Evidently, this is terrible, but like I'd be willing to do this. No worries. And you're not. King h8, h7, a takes, c takes, knight d4. Okay, now you have a good knight. He castles long? Take that a pawn. Yeah, I don't even care that this is better. This wins a piece, but I don't care about winning pieces. Winning pieces is cringe. Who wants to win a piece when you could win the king? But this just concretely wins a piece and you probably should have played it. Anyway. Might even win 2 pieces. This knight's pretty bad too. Yeah. Nobody cares, Cormac. Right, bishop h6, queen e7. What? Knight g8. Why do you play knight g8? You were mated. You were mated, and he decided not to checkmate you. Wow. And you're still alive somehow. Rook a8, knight f3 check, and he blunders his queen. What is this chess game? Okay, please tell him. Please tell me. Please tell me. Rexpor, that the people you interviewed for did not see you play this chess game. Because you would get fired. You would get hired just to get fired if they saw you play chess like this. Please tell me. Or wait, is this the same Bankman-Fried thing where even though he was like bad and like gold 3 at league, he still got... Yeah, the monkey's just chilling. Is it like a Sam Bankman-Fried thing? Where it's like even though he's terrible at league and everything else, they still like hired him anyway or still gave him money anyway. Okay, I can safely close the Subway Surfers gameplay. I saw the tab open. That's pretty funny. It was just working for me. the dopamine like fire hose was still working for me, but anyway. Yeah, Robert. Sorry. His name is Robert. It still got worse. Wait, it got worse? I assume the game kind of just ended here. Oh no. Okay. Okay. I hate D takes with all of my heart. Just take with queen. Okay. Going on a magical journey. It hasn't gotten worse yet. Okay, wait, it got worse. How? And he didn't take it. Oh my goodness gracious. Robert, console me. Robert, what is your wisdom? Robert thinks that was a terrible move. One thing is I don't like. Yep, I respect that. King f7, I mean, sure. And takes, then c5. Okay, now you're winning. You have 28 seconds, but you win this surely, right? Hello, 10. Monkey 10 hours to top right. Jim, bro. You're like a little devil on my shoulder, trying to give me like. He dancing 10 hours to top right. He's vibing, 10. What's your point? This is just a music video for like a bad Coldplay song. But with not Coldplay music. Yeah, it's Robert. His name is Robert. Yes, good plan. Good plan, homies. And then you get a queen, and then you play check. Good. Tell Robert to said hi. Robert, Tin said hi. There you go. I told Robert you said hi. This is a something else game of chess. This game of chess is new level. No monkey 10 hours? Probably not. I gave you all your dopamine hit earlier. Might get another dopamine hit later if we need it, but this is my mortal game. Yeah, but it's like cursed immortality, you know? It's like immortality where you wish you could die like every moment you die. Like every moment you're alive. That's the kind of immortal it is, you know? Going on to the depths of the internet? Oh no. He might never return. Tournament is going okay so far, 1 out of 3. You won one? Who'd you beat? Should be 4. Well, it doesn't really matter at this point. I mean, the computer's just recommending moves. Bishop b7, his opponent was end. Exactly, so it's the perfect type of immortal game for you. It's thematic. Okay, who's next? Next should be Cormac, right? No, next is 10 minutes. 10-minute mail. Yes, it is. So we're playing a game, or oh, no, you want me to analyze the game? Even better. A point is a point. Hey, we take it. Free points are free points. Then you should eat something, Kate. Boom. I'm a genius. Also, you know what? I need to do something. I need to do something real quick. I already feel bad enough about it. I can't. Ethically, let me just show the name of the guy who made, who I sourced Robert from. Because, you know, I'm big about ethics. I don't want to just use his work, you know. There we go. Perfect. Not his work. Well, I don't know where it is, but he's where I sourced it from. So he uploaded it, the green screen version that loops perfectly. Of course, yeah. You're trying to replace Steve, Jimbro. Of course, yeah, but he's the YouTube video I got it from. Trying to replace Robert. It was black. Sure. Yeah, I recognize your profile picture. Okay, Carol Khan. I respect it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Knight f3. c5. So far, so good. The Carol Khan's such a strong opening if you just play rationally. c4 is a bit early. I don't love c4. In the Carol Khan, usually you want to leave this pawn tension for a while. You don't need to take it immediately. Something like a queen b6 makes sense to me. I don't know what the best move is. Queen b6 makes sense to me. Some rook c8 makes sense to me. I don't think it works right now, but something along the lines of knight e4, knight e7 to either f5 or g6 makes sense, because that's usually the route the knight wants to take. It's probably not good right now because he can take, but even then, knight g6. Like, this is probably totally fine. Knight e7, knight f5. Knight e7, knight f5 might make sense, but if he takes, then you have to go, then knight f5 is bad because it allows b4. So, knight e7 to knight g6, because then after b4 it doesn't matter because I could play a5 and take in the center. A5 first. You could play a5 first. I could see a5. a5 just feels a little weakening on the light squares. Like knight a3 and these light squares are a bit weak. You know? Which is, I mean, maybe knight h6, but knight h6 gets taken by the bishop immediately. That's why I was saying knight e7, because knight e7, if he takes, you go knight g6, and you can take this pawn back. And your opponent gets doubled pawns, because he can't defend this. And if he does defend it, then you take this other one. Well, first off, this bishop gets taken, so he has to go something like this, and then you play bishop takes c5, and you're fine. So, like that, c4 isn't terrible. But in French, you often do knight h6. But yeah, this isn't a French, though. This is the Carol Khan. And this is slightly different, because this is not one of those positions, though, Jimbro. Because the open G file is bad, because the center isn't as tightly closed as in the French, and you don't have the dark squared light squared bishop like in French. It did not transpose into a French because there's no light squared bishop on c8. The light squared bishops have been traded off. That's the difference between this and a French.
And so because of that, white doesn't have a reason to keep the position closed. Then it's a good French. It's a good French, but it's a French where the center's going more can be opened by white via c4, and it's a little bit easier for them. In the French, white doesn't want to open the center because that solves black's main problem, which is the bishop. In this position, it's not a good French. It's a different French. The bishop's been traded off, but black is a few tempi down. If you look at a French, then this is only 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. This is move 8, and according to the French, black's played 4 moves. So black is like 3 tempi down. So it's like a French where you've exchanged 3 tempi to trade off the light squared bishops. And so because of that, you don't really want to go for the same lines, because giving yourself big weaknesses can let white open the center faster because white's more developed. In the French, you don't have the same developmental issues you do in the Caro-Kann. That's why the Caro-Kann isn't strictly better than the French. It's different because you waste a lot of tempi in the Caro-Kann playing c6, c5, and trading off this bishop. So it's not a strictly better Caro-Kann. It is simply a different... It's a different strength and weakness spread. You've sacrificed one thing to fix your other weakness. And so playing for open lines isn't as good because you aren't as well developed as you would be in a French. In a French, by move 8, you have better development than a single knight. And that's why something like knight e7 makes sense to me, because it's a little more solid and it's trying to develop. C4, on the other hand, it keeps the position closed, which isn't terrible, but also it feels like it's going to be harder to get your counterplay. I don't know. This closing the center like this feels like it's a bit weird. Now, it's definitely not terrible, and it depends on what you do moving forward. But closing the center like this, it ends up being really difficult to do anything via b5, b4, harder than it looks. So usually you want to leave this tension a little longer. What do you mean good? There's a billion good openings, homies. Yeah, because see, you have more space on this side board, like Kate said. Kate's right. This side of the board, you have more space. So this is where you want to attack. So closing that's a little weird. Now, you can go b5, b4, but it's hard to attack via that route. I don't know. Again, I want to see how you continue to play this. This is not a terrible move. It's just a little weird. c4. Just learn that in amateur's mind. Yep. Queen e2, knight g7. Okay, good. Knight bd2, knight f5. Good. a3, bishop e7. Good. b4. Take that on passant. Or maybe you shouldn't take that on passant. You can take that on passant. You don't have to. b5. Sure. You know what? Sure. Rook e1, a5. Okay. Knight f1 takes. Knight f1's terrible. You took. Okay, wonderful. So far you haven't played anything bad. Like, this closing of the queen side is probably not bad, but it makes it difficult for you to play for the win. However, rook e1's horrible, and a5, now he has to play like bishop b2. And now this bishop's terrible, and so I could see you playing for the win in this position strictly via having a better bishop, and like an f6. So if you're going for f6, this is not bad. I like it. Then he just played a terrible move. You took a pawn. Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. Again, knight taking this pawn was probably slightly better, but this is also very nice. Rook d1, knight cd. It does not work anymore. You got greedy. You got greedy. And now he's got 2 pieces for the rook. Yep, bishop b2. You got greedy, and now Kaisa is punishing you for your sins. Ruy Lopez is e4, e5. It's an opening that can be played into by both pieces, yeah. But white has to play it in order for black to play into it. It's not like a setup for black. It's not a setup for white either. Black has to play into it as white. No, black has to play into it for white to be able to play it as well. Bishop b2, bishop d4, bishop d4. And see, now you're not even better anymore. So in general, 2 pieces are better than the rook. And so you do have... what? You do have a few pawns for it, but now... Well, first off, you shouldn't have played b4. But... Catalan is very difficult. I wouldn't recommend Catalan unless you purposely want to play a very hard opening. The Catalan is a notoriously difficult opening. Most openings I play are notoriously difficult openings. I like notoriously difficult openings. But the Catalan, that's what it's known for. And so if you like that, if that's a bonus, go for it. But you just have to know that going in. So give me white. I don't know, London system. I don't know what you like. You have to discover that. Find Grandmaster games. Try to find something that inspires you. I can't tell you what opening you should play. You have to figure that out. Do you like hard openings? Then you can go for the Catalan, but it's going to be painful and you're going to lose a lot of games just because you like give your opponent a free pawn in the opening and you don't play with enough counterplay. Happens a lot. Happens all the time. B4. See, now I can't guess. B3. Okay. So you're playing for the connected pawns. Okay. Not the worst idea. I can see this. I like it. If you saw this the whole time, when you sacrificed the 2 pieces for the rook, then I will accept it. You win the pawn back, bro? Sometimes. Queen A5. Bishop D6. D7. This is a very interesting way of playing chess. Kind of like it. Bishop B4, Queen B5. Queen B5 seems weird. Queen A4 looks better just to defend this pawn. Because then you want to stack up on like the C file and push the C pawn. I'd play black in this position? Yeah, me too. Especially now. White's wasted a lot of time for no reason. Like, Queen B2 doesn't do anything. There's no reason to play Queen B2. Rook B1 is better. Because you're already not going to take this pawn. And then if you can bring the knight in, use the knight to blockade. White probably can't be worse. But... and there's a lot of pawn weaknesses on the king's side, so... however, I would also rather play black here. Queen B5 is definitely a bad move, though. Queen A4, you play, like, Rook HC, and then you play, like, you double, and then you play, like, C3. And it's got to be better for black. G3, Bishop D7, Bishop D7, Queen C. You win the pawn back in some lines, but in other lines you have to leave it hanging for a long time, especially in the non-theoretical lines where they take earlier. It's difficult stuff, Jim Bro. It requires a lot of memorization, and even if you memorize all of it, your opponent plays a weird move order, and suddenly you have to give up the pawn for slightly longer than feels comfortable. F6 would be very bad. F6 is a poor move. There's no reason. Don't open the center. That'll make his queen in pieces stronger. Rook A6. Sure. Knight F3. Rook AH8. Knight D4. And now he loses the bishop. Excellent. And he gets mated. Clean, clean. So this is a very nice game of chess. If you're just calling Queen A5 a miss, I'm not even sure why. It's saying Queen D4, King D7. Bishop B4 and your queen gets in, but even the queen getting in doesn't look scary. Don't know. Yeah. But seeing F5 is difficult. Seeing F5 is really difficult. The point being, if he takes, queen takes. And if bishop D4, you just go queen G6. This is hard to see. And you've got this very strong connect 4. Overall, your opponent kind of rolled over and died, but you played a much better game of chess than they did. Giving them this was an interesting idea, but a bit suspicious, and was completely unnecessary. You just castle here, and white's trapped. Because here's the thing. Another reason doing the whole exchange thing was bad, even though it gave you good practical chances, is because your opponent also has less space. And in general, when your opponent has less space, you want to keep it that way, and you want to slowly crush them into dust. By trading off a bunch of pieces, you make it easier for them to maneuver their pieces in a way that benefits their position. So none of this is bad. This is all quite good, in fact. But you could have been better by letting him struggle, because now, like, he's got too many pieces and too few squares to move him around on. You just castle, and, like, how does he move his pieces? If he goes bishop b2, then you can just go bishop back to e7, and now start pushing, bring the knight in. These light squares belong to you. So very strong game of chess. You definitely outplayed your opponent. However, you slightly underestimated the power of the two pieces. And I would say that's the biggest mistake you made. Good game of chess, though. Thanks for review, no problem. Very good game of chess. Shows the power of the Caro-Kann, because if white doesn't have a plan, then black's plan is quite good. It's an opening that gives you a good plan to follow. King George the First. Send you? Perfect. Oh wait, let me just change my let me change my Twitch title because I'm currently spreading misinformation on the internet by saying I'm a 21, 27. Can't speak. Dutch time. See the Dutch power? We'll see. Let's see if I can remember my theory. Oh, give me a second. I had theory for this line. Is it 94 immediately? It might be 94 immediately. I'm 99% sure it's 94 immediately. I'm like 99% sure. I just studied this line yesterday. Atakan, welcome. I'm 99% sure this is the move. I might be mixing up my lines. But I'm pretty sure. I mean, isn't this just very good for me? Black is hilariously inactive. Not black. White is hilariously inactive. What's your opinion on Robert? That's a good question. This must be good for me, yeah? Who's Robert? He's the dancing monkey in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen. The dancing ape. He's the residue from when I gave everyone a dopamine injection. Very suspicious. It's a little racist. What do you mean respect? Jim bro? Do you have something to say? Oh, I forgot you were finished. That explains it. Never mind. Why bro Queen A5? Maybe I had Queen A5. Queen A5, Queen D2. What's the point? Queen E5, well, I mean, if I did it before I took, then Queen D2. If I did it after I took, then Bishop D2. I mean, it's definitely still fine. Like, that's playable. But currently I'm up a pawn, and I'm more active. Not exactly complaining. And I have the option to take this bishop. What? Oh, I'm dumb. I had check and wins the bishop. No, wait, I didn't have check and wins the bishop. I still don't have check and wins the bishop. Oh, I can take this. Wait, what? I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm sure I'm winning, but I don't know how. I'm seeing so many tactics that don't work. Like an infinite number of unsound tactics. Imagine I could just play like e3. That'd be such a savage move. I don't think it's good though. His bishop's depressed. I have no reason to try and force that light squared bishop off the board. It's a really, really poor piece. I can just like castle and chill. Because this knight is terrible. This bishop is terrible. This bishop isn't amazing. It's not terrible. It's not amazing. And I'm just up a pawn. Like, everything in the position is going in my favor. Thank you so much. Says Gino? Says Gino? How do you pronounce the G in your name? Is it a G or is it a J? It's like the correct pronunciation of GIF all over again. If you don't mind my asking, of course. 1942. Ooh, that's pretty good. Can I play h6? It's very risky, but it looks like it wins a piece. Because h6, bishop takes h6, knight takes e2, and that's just a piece. And if you go back here, I mean, it doesn't win a piece, but... Your PC fell off your desk? See, that's why I keep my PC under my desk. That, and because my desk doesn't have space for my PC. But it's mostly the other thing. Mostly the first thing. Only 500. You're not 500. Lies. Deception. Trust me and always try new things to play. Why do you mean trust you? Why didn't you win a piece? Because I don't think it actually wins a piece, because you can just play bishop e3. That's a weird move. That's a very weird move. I am taking that every day of the week. Yeah, he doesn't have to take the pawn. That's a very weird move. Look at my bishop pair. Goodness gracious. Brutal. Crisscross applesauce. True. True. I sometimes say crisscross applesauce while I'm on stream, but nobody notices because you can't see my legs. I might not even have legs, and you wouldn't know. Now, would you? This might be a bad move. Extremely controversial. Controversial. Don't we do that every stream? Maybe we want to mix it up a little bit. Maybe today we only talk about non-controversial things. Nah, that's boring. What do you think? Well, what do you think we should talk about that's controversial? I need recommendations. Nah, overdone. Give me that. We already talked about that one before. Feel like I'm repeating myself more than I normally am. I mean, I am a Twitch streamer, so that's like what I'm supposed to do, but you know, does white privilege exist? I didn't win his rook, I won his knight. He can do this to prevent me from taking the rook. I do win the knight though. I think. I mean, it almost certainly does, Jim Bro, to a extent. The argument is how much of an extent it exists. And what we should do about it. So that's not really that controversial. The if isn't controversial. It's the how much and what we should do about it. Wait, I might be losing. Does black privilege exist? Oh gosh. Now we're talking. Probably. Am I losing? I've got like an exotic form of Lasker compensation. I mean, maybe. But see, that one's super difficult because then you have to kind of define your terms. And that's where you get into trouble. You would have to define your terms. So what exactly can can people get away with that they shouldn't be or that others cannot? Not sure what you mean, homies. Well, see, that's the problem. In rural US, it's still kind of the white privilege exists. But see, that's the point, Cormac. Is it definitely exists, but the question is to what degree and what we should do about it. Right? I mean, it's pretty non-controversial to say that in a lot of places, and I would say that in some places, I might be winning. In some places in the U.S., it's worse than others, and in some places it might not even exist. Right? That's what the US is a big place. So saying, does this exist in the US is a very difficult question because where in the US are you talking about? And plus, there's something as simple, there's stuff as simple as, what is it called? What's the word I'm looking for? The words will come to me. Mere exposure effect. Right? If you're only exposed to one culture, something from another culture is going to inherently not be as trustworthy to you. Oh, yeah, of course. I'm not saying I agree with affirmative action. I never said that. However, I'm talking culturally, not legally. I don't. Right. Hoppa. Odamna nesme navile. Nesme sevile. It's like the thing, Cormac, where if you look at there have been studies done that have shown that people who are taller get paid more on average, right? It's that sort of thing. Understand a white privilege. Louisiana has it all. You said commercial spirit bait to my grave. I wouldn't. I'm not. I might not. I don't even think rural Louisiana has white privilege. Like I said, that's the problem. It depends on where in the U.S. It's in. I've never been to rural Louisiana, but if it's a lot like rural North Carolina, we totally can. Exclam join the queue. Kakoli Macedonskilf. I don't know. Ucham. Samo napred. Okay, 94 is my theory. I thought 94 is the correct move. And it is C5. Okay, I did remember my theory. Speech had no correlation with race or ethnicity. Yeah, again, that's the problem. There's a lot of misinformation and just wrong information. So I should have gone check. Discussing controversial topics per usual. Okay, then what religious white people down there? Anything else? Skip. Simply being white? What is the issue white privilege? Belong to not whites at the moment. It might not have always been the case, but certainly it is now. I wouldn't say all cultural privileges. A lot of cultural privileges, but not all. Certainly not all. Also, I'm going to say that it's not just the white people and African Americans. There's also Mexicans and Latino in general. And I would say they face a lot of negative discrimination as well. Is it Latinx? I forget the exact terminology. If I messed up the terminology, I apologize. No, you're right. Of course. Yeah. The all is a bit much. There are a lot, but I forget my terminology. It's an accident. Okay, I haven't been in the US in 8 years. It's not like a slur or anything. I just messed it up. I messed up the exact terminology. I doubt your book is right, but I'm just saying. I'm thinking. Let me think. These are questions that I very much want to be specific in my answers. I think language is important, but people do take it a bit seriously. A bit too seriously sometimes. Anyway, what am I thinking? So, a lot of it's changing, but there still is a great deal of disadvantages for people of color when it comes to, for example, laws regarding drugs. Because if I remember, it's like, was it crack cocaine? The exact same drug would have very different laws around how strict the sentencing was depending on its form. And the form doesn't change the drug itself. It is almost completely determined by what sort of communities use it. And anti-marijuana legislation was largely introduced as a way to harm the, I believe, Mexican community. Okay, totalitarian's a bit much, Cormac. I do agree that it's a bit extreme, but I would say it's equally extreme to refer to those sorts of people as totalitarian. And I think it's unnecessary and poisons the well for any future discussion. So I try to avoid calling people totalitarian unless it's literally book totalitarian. Seniors at Harvard are invited to a fancy seated group lunch with our representative dorm masters. Faculty deans. Okay. Whatever. While we were being served by the Dunster House cafeteria staff, the black ladies from Haiti and Boston that ran the line daily. I still remember Jackie's kindness and warmth to this day. Mr. Sally mused out on how proudly they must have been singing the nation's best and brightest. I don't know if they heard her, but I did. Comfortable and sick. Here is, you've never been blindsided when you're just trying to join me. Well-paid faculty member patronizing racist assumptions about how grateful black people should be in their presence. White privilege. I don't know if it's white privilege, but it's definitely really weird, and I have felt the weirdness. That's cultural weirdness. I'm not sure if that's racial. It's more cultural. It's possible to cancel the queue. You can exclaim leave to leave the queue. Take your criticism. It's in my book. Term entirely and all too accurate. There are plenty of totalitarian things happening in the world today. I think calling more minor things totalitarian is a bit extreme, especially when it's not legally codified. No, but it is a bit weird. How proud they must be to serve the nation's best and brightest. But see, here's the thing. That's very much... No correlation with the race, no? It depends on the wording. That's the thing. They didn't give the exact quote in that excerpt. And the exact quote's super important because the wording there is super critical. There's a wording where that's not even a little bit weird, but there is a wording where is racist. But I'm not given wording. I'm just given a very vague, like, idea of what was said and was told it was racist. Maybe it was. I don't know. American and European wokists are absolute definition of totalitarians are directly the very best of them. It depends. There are a lot of extremists, but there's extremists on both sides. Labeling everyone who's pushing for terminology like Latinx as totalitarian is very much an overgeneralization that, like I said, poisons the well. There are people in that category who are totalitarian. There's also just people who are just existing and might still be wrong, but or just find it or just like the term better. Like there are definitely people that are totalitarian, but saying everyone who's pushing for the term Latinx to be used is totalitarian is an overgeneralization at the least. And I don't like overgeneralizations that don't allow for people to have differing opinions. It's, in general, poor. Engage in activity there. I don't think... I don't think pushing for the term Latinx is totalitarian inherently. If you push for it to be illegal to use any other term, then maybe you could argue for it leaning towards totalitarianism. However, having a preferred, like, having a name isn't totalitarian. Like, if I am Alchemedian Blobfish and I prefer to be called Alco or Alchemedian Blobfish, that's not totalitarian. It'd be totalitarian if you went to jail or got a fine for not calling me that. But me having a preferred name isn't totalitarian. And me even strongly preferring that name isn't totalitarian. And if I'm trying to make someone my Twitch mod, and the reason I decide to reject someone's application to be my Twitch mod is because they refuse to call me by whatever my name is, that's not totalitarian either. That's just me being annoyed that someone's being annoying. Not inevitably. Not inevitably. A lot, I would say a lot too, but not inevitably. I think you're falling prey to the vocal minorities on Twitter. I very much think you're falling to the vocal minority here. Most people are a bit more reasonable, or are being misled. Either way, our English book has the hard R in it. Yeah. Well, I've read books with the hard R in it that are older. I don't know what the context matters a lot for that. Ooh, I need to read. And suggest otherwise. Even if they do, yeah, I strongly believe that you need to give people the benefit of the doubt. It's the N word with an R at the end, which is stronger than the N word that ends with an A. You do not, Jim Bro. Let me look at this. Oh, that's just a cooler version of the... That's just a cooler version of the... What's it called? Of the Bond Club. Oh, absolutely. Clearly you don't, Cormac. But I think there's a difference between having strong opinions and on an issue and dismissing everyone who disagrees with you as totalitarian. How to achieve happiness? No idea. You're the Finnish one. Doesn't Finland have like the highest happiness index or something? Isn't like a thing? If you can't tell us, then we're in big trouble. Yeah, bishop g5 isn't actually a very good move in this position. That's kind of funny. The main lines are like playing g3 and bishop g2 and castling. And you have to go like knight d2 and then I take on d4. And these are some weird lines, man. And then I go bishop g7. And I mean, even if you play like e3 or something, I don't even take the rook. I just play bishop. I just play like d6. So first off, you end up in some significantly worse position from the start. However, you played very practically, which is why I think you did as well as you did. Because despite the fact that you were worse from the opening, you played really practical chess. And so by the time we got to like the late middle game, you had gotten back a lot of your advantage. Ooh, rook f5 was nice. Should have played that. Speak with Palms game. Which is what I was saying usually. I apologize. That's what it is. I don't think saying it is what it is. In that case, I think you should reevaluate your strategy. I think you should reevaluate your strategy, Cormac. Because this is the Eastern European in me talking, but being right doesn't really matter if you're right and alone. Because you're doing just as much good as someone who's wrong and alone. So you played super duper practically. Stuff like f3 was an excellent practical choice. And I played too slowly. I got lazy. Yes, it is bad. Next question. I got lazy and I started playing slow chess, and you murdered me for it like you should have. Very good stuff. And then I missed rook d8. Again, very good stuff. Rook x e8, rook x e8. Now queen d3 is a bit weird. I would have played bishop h6. The reason I would have played bishop h6 is because now there's this basically permanent threat of mate. have gone along to get along. Bit of a character trick. I am not getting at go along to get along. I am very specifically not referring to go along to get along. The two options aren't burn every bridge and go along to get along. Very fortunately, those are not the only two options. Bishop h6 is good here because the threat of queen f8 mate basically means I can never move my rook. Oh, the oil press tester stuff is dumb. It's incredibly dumb. Evil, I think, is a stretch. They think they're not. They don't think they're evil, but they're definitely dumb and counterproductive. Because, like, what are they doing? They're not affecting. They're only making. They're the opposite of what I'm explaining. Corner, not evil. You know what? Maybe evil. Evil. Define evil, right? It's real bad. Because they're doing exactly like the inverse, but the same as what I'm telling Cormac that I don't like that he's doing, which is they're making things worse despite them thinking they're right or maybe even being right. Yeah, there's a different, but Cormac, there is a middle ground between go along to get along and burning every bridge. You can be vocal about what you believe and try to make changes without calling everyone you disagree with a totalitarian. The decades of trying to straddle a line and communicate peacefully in a compromised manner have literally just given me more rope to hang us with. You can communicate peacefully without but without compromising. Again, this is what I mean. You don't have to give up things in order to have a peaceful conversation. Most people are reasonable and legitimately believe in what they're saying. Not everyone, but a lot of people. People usually, just as a matter of principle, believe in what they're trying to sell. Like reasonable, normal people. And so telling them that they're evil and horrible people for believing and selling what they do is only going to further entrench them into their belief system. One ideal is weaponized against us. It seems unsolvable. That's because people are difficult. Obviously, I'm not saying it's a solvable problem in our lifetime. I'm saying that calling people totalitarians definitely doesn't solve it. I mean, Gandhi and MLK weren't perfect, obviously, but they did a lot of good. Now, I don't think myself Gandhi or MLK, unfortunately, but I think the methodology is one that should be more frequently used. It's a harder methodology, but I think it's a more productive one. Again, so you played your opening was bad, but that makes sense. I've studied a bunch of theory for this opening, you have not. After the opening and towards the late middle game, you punished me for being lazy, which is very good. You found some tactical ways out, but you missed the finishing blow. You have to suppress me here because my bishops are incredibly strong. So you have to keep me from finishing my development and solidifying my pieces. Queen d3 is a good try, but I just play, well, one, I play rook f8, but I can also just play e5 and threaten mate on the back rank, and my bishops are incredibly powerful. So bishop h6 slows me down by making it so my rook can't move. And so then slowly you can start pushing pawns. Not one of them? Right to the table? I disagree. I disagree. You don't get invited to the table by calling people totalitarians. I could have just taken this pawn. That's actually funny. I could just take this pawn and I'm taking this next move. I don't have to do it now. That's actually pretty funny. And now I go rook takes g2. It's all the same because after this, I take the pawn on b2 anyway, but... What a crazy game. No, I disagree with that too. The pressure doesn't come from people calling them totalitarians. The pressure comes from their own ridiculousness, of the extremists in that regard. Sure, I want to see it. I just watched a really interesting video essay, literally yesterday. I think I liked it. Let me check my recent likes. It's called "Why BreadTube Video Essays Became So Stale: Growing Hypocrisy of BreadTube's Thought Leaders." BreadTube is, you know, the more left-leaning side of YouTube. Have less frizz in the hair. I'm still working on that myself. I'm trying out something that's going to take like a month to come to fruition, so in a few weeks I'll get back to you with how it goes. Hugely in detail. Yeah, but there's a difference between that and calling them totalitarians. Again, very good video recently about why BreadTube essays became so stale. Excellent video, highly recommend. I'll send it in chat. I don't agree with everything she said, obviously. I never agree with anything I never agree with everything anyone says. That's just part of, you know, thinking, being alive. But I liked a lot of it. And the point was, you point out the hypocrisy, and maybe if the thought leader's a totalitarian, you call him totalitarian. But what? Shampoo less because it dries out my hair, but I don't. My hair is oily and unstylable, and only conditioner doesn't work. I'm currently going through a no shampoo thing. It's been like a week and a half. It's been like a week and a half. And so far it's going okay. But my hair is far more oily than it normally is. And if the thought leaders tell them. I don't agree with everything anyone says. That's what I meant to say. I muddled my words, but I don't agree with everything anyone says. I don't have one person who I agree with everything they say, which I think is just part of, you know, having your own opinions on things. But that's not my point. My point is, you point out the hypocrisy. Maybe you call the thought leaders totalitarians, but, oh, I did say it right. Nice. Anyway, but I don't think you call the random people who follow them totalitarians. Because the difference is ascribing something to someone's identity versus describing something to someone's belief system, right? When you start calling people totalitarians or going too far in that direction, you start making it about who the person is. And once you do that, that's how you turn people off. And that's how you completely, you know, stop the rational part of the brain. You know, they've done studies, and it's been very provably shown. Volume in hair. If I do any more volume in the middle part. I don't have any volume anymore since I started no shampoo. I'm waiting for another few weeks, and then I'll go back to shampoo if it doesn't work, but I've heard that it takes like a month and a half to start. Is it? Yeah. Again, that's why I said I don't agree with how strong your wording is. Because you're not talking about the thought leaders, you're talking about everyone. That's my point. That's why I said it's a generalization. I didn't say you were wrong, I said you were generalizing. At least I think that's what I said. That's what I meant to say. And so, too wide of a shot. You only wash with water? Do you use any products? I currently only wash with water, and I use a very diluted mix of apple cider vinegar and water. You know, they've done studies that show that when people are criticized or told they're wrong, it affects the same part of their brain as physical pain. So you have to think about it as when you criticize people, you are literally stabbing them. Because that's what the brain thinks, you know? And so you have to be very choosy about how you criticize people. It's crazy. Yeah, I could find a source on that if you like. Anyway, you have to be very choosy with how you criticize people. No matter what you say, you're going to hurt somebody, but going reckless and intending to hurt people is how you hurt everybody, and that completely destroys your point. For a bit wavy hair like yours, maybe a bit more. My hair is not that wavy, especially when I use shampoo. And I don't really have any recommendations because I've only recently started being intentional about my hair care, and since I started doing that, that's when I started doing the no shampoo thing. So I've never researched what hair product to use. Political talk is melting my brain. Yes. I like the Mr. Clean image. That really shows the energy of what's going on. Anyway, also I don't like E4 here at all. Your opponent doesn't know what they're doing. E3 is a better move. It simply is. And then you take with bishop. E4, maybe a misclick. You're right. It could be a misclick. Knight C6. Sure. A lot of times you want to move the C pawn. So just pinning first. And then playing E6 makes more sense to me, but sure. Queen B3. Whoops. Whoops. Didn't see why to push the C pawn. A lot of times you want to, not always, but a lot of times. Also, you got hit by Queen B3. You got to watch out for this. You move the dark squared bishop, your B7 pawn is weak, and the C pawn's already been moved, so the queen can jump out immediately. This is what I mean. Play the bishop move first, and if bishop takes, you might even just take the knight, and then queen takes E6. You got to blunt some of these light squares first. Knight C6 is too soon. Okay, but he does not. He plays bishop takes F7 and goes for this, which also looks suspicious. For you. I would rather play white here. Knight F6. Queen E6. Okay, never mind. He's fine. Don't play accepted ready so much. Yeah, I wouldn't. If you're going to play this, I would recommend playing D4. And then after like E3, you play C4. And the best thing for white to do is to play like a reverse Blumenfield. Oh no, it's the wrong piece. Is to play a reverse Blumenfield. And this position is like triple zeros. But it's very interesting to play for both sides. And you're up a pawn, but white gets a big center. So if you're comfortable playing this, this is what I recommend. But you kind of have to be comfortable playing this, because this is a bit of a difficult position to play for both sides, but also, like, especially for black. Because white does get a big center and a lot of development. Now, it's objectively okay for black, but because these pawns are weird and difficult to hold on to, but I like these sorts of positions. Or, additionally, you can always play something like C6 and just transpose into a Slav. That's totally fine, too. If you don't want to deal with the gambit stuff, just C6, and then you play a Slav. If they take, you take with C pawn, and you just relax. Either way, I wouldn't recommend taking. White gets a lot of play. It's not the most accurate. I mean, if you know your lines, then it's fine, but I just... Semi-Slav, I play C6? Exactly. And C6 just transposes into those Slav lines. Good way to transpose. Yep. It's the same thing as I recommend before, where if C5, you can play C6 and transpose into a Slav from here. It's the same thing. Same picture. But okay, this is not bad. Again, you just... Now, Queen D6 is bad because it allows you to trade off the trade queens. And once you trade queens... Not trade. It allows you to play Queen D3 and prevents you from castling. And if white doesn't castle, then you're not that much worse. You're worse, but you're not that much worse. But Knight D4 allows Queen F7. And I don't even know what you play here. E5 looks good. Castling looks fine. Queen C4 looks fine. Knight C3 looks fine. I don't even know what else you would play. Wasn't that bad? It's pretty bad because they can castle and you can't. Again, castling isn't even the best move, but h6. Thanks so much for the follow. 124134 R41. All right, welcome. Against c4, I play c6. The only thing is I have to be prepared for white to play e4 and go to a Caro-Kann ban off. Yep. d5, ex, d5, c6, c5, d4. Yeah. But those lines aren't that scary. Those are totally playable. And you have to be comfortable in those lines as well. You're right, but I think that's a reasonable ask. And e5, well, e5 is too late. Hello, Omega. You played it too late. So you kind of survived off your opponent being generous. You were under a lot of pressure here, and you kind of got off easy. Knight a3 is just a poor move. There's no reason. Just play c6. Prevent the knight from getting in. Excellent. Prevent the knight from getting in anywhere productive. d3, queen c7. And now this knight rules the board. You've got the strongest piece on the board currently. And you're pretty well preventing the rest of his piece from developing. This knight doesn't have anywhere productive to go. This bishop doesn't have anywhere productive to go. And you've got the open H file, which is good for you as well. So your opponent's played a very bizarre game of chess. f4 is also a mistake because you can just play knight e2. Takes first is fine. It's almost a shame to trade off the knight for the bishop. I'm not even sure I would. Maybe bringing in the queen. I was winning. Okay, fair enough. It does look good. It does look very good. And if you saw something more concrete, oh yeah, then you're good. And he can't go here because of f3, and he can't go here because you win the exchange. Okay, in that case, I agree with you. I didn't fully calculate it out, but in that case, since he can't go h2 or f1, he has to go to f2. In that case, I agree with you. Because then after knight takes, you get queen b6, like you said, and you get queen to e3. So in that case, I agree. I didn't calculate it out, you're right. King g4. Oh, that's pretty. That's a nice way to finish it. He played king f5, and then queen dx d3 is checkmate. Ooh, that's a nice finish. Yeah, so I do not recommend taking in the ready. You could play d4 and go for that goofy gambit line, or you could play c6 and transpose into the slot. Those are my two main recommendations. There's, of course, a billion other playable things, but deleted. Exactly. There's a billion other things you can play, but those are my two. I don't think taking is best. It's just you're playing into White's theory, because if you're a ready player playing this position, your opponent didn't know the theory, but if you're a ready player playing this, then the first thing you study is what happens if they take. Yeah, in the opening, just unnecessary. No reason to go for it. I don't like it. Anyway. But then your opponent will really let you out scot-free. This is my repertoire, but I'll admit it's hard for black. Well, if you know your lines, then it's fine. But I'm talking if someone doesn't want to study your lines. The rook sack was real nice. You know your lines, Cormac, and you love studying obscure lines. But I'm talking to Kate, who I assume has not studied random ready lines. And if you haven't studied random ready lines, don't go into that. I would probably recommend c6 as my main recommendation here, just because it transposes into other lines that are more commonly studied. This is good as well, but again, White probably knows this better than you. So why walk into your opponent's prep for a 0-0-0 position? Absolutely, yeah. I played black in this game. I'm currently making a course based on this system against the Italian. Aw, here we go. Make check some after. Okay, now I have to go. Okay, go eat, and then I think you're playing rated or something, or have you already played rated? Either way, have a great rest of your day. E4, E5, knight f3, knight f6. Okay. G6 here. Interesting. Interesting. Is this like a Pirtz or something? But you haven't played d6 yet. But you're not going to play d6 at some point, I presume. So it's like an accelerated Pierce. What is it called? Does it have a name? Yeah, why can't he play d4? Okay, hold on a second. This engine. Why can't he play d4? I mean, I can put a stronger engine on it if you'd like. I can put a stronger engine on it if you'd like, but... Then e takes, knight takes. Bishop. Bishop on d4. Yeah, it looks a little suspicious. I think this is the best one. d4 being the move makes perfect sense. d4 is completely principled, and it's just saying, what are you doing, man? Bro, what are you doing? It's gotta be better for white, but... Evidently you go, like, takes and then castles. I don't know. Either way. Oh, yeah, no, of course. No one's going to be prepared for g6 in this position. Doesn't make any sense. Knight takes knight. Yeah, I could see that. d4, d6, h3, queen e7. Sure. Castles, knight f6. Sure. Bishop g5. Well, now you get h6. Hold on a second. Okay, so bishop g5 looks inaccurate. So I'm assuming the plan is you play like bishop d7, castle queenside, and go f5 or something goofy like that. Because the fact that you haven't castled and you play queen e7 makes me think you're going to castle long. Or do you just castle short and do something else? Bishop g5 will almost always be inaccurate. Really? That's fascinating. Night, homies. Not night, homies. No, night, Jim. Sorry. Homies was saying goodbye to Jim. Night, Jim, bro. Usually castle short. Okay, got it. DXE, DXE. The fact that this was best is insane. It makes some sense, though. Because now you got the bishop pair. Okay, now homies is gone. We're going to turn off the monkey. Don't tell anyone we killed Robert. Gone and forgotten. We killed Robert. He's dead. Like all apes, he was finite. How dare you? How dare I what? Okay. Queen b3, a5. And black's better because of bishop pair, I assume? I didn't murder anyone or anything. Calling 911. Joke's on you, I'm not in the US. That's not the number here for the police. b5, knight d8, knight bd2, knight e6, bishop d5, rook b8. And this is still better for black, I assume, because of the bishop pair and because white's pawns are like overcommitted. But it's actually kind of difficult for me to see exactly why black's that much better. Okay, knight c5 makes sense. It's a very strong outpost for the knight. How can you sleep at night? I'm not. I can't sleep. Queen c1, bishop g7, queen d3, bishop d7. Yeah, I suppose it's just pawn weaknesses, plus the fact that black's pieces, other than his dark square bishop, are like surprisingly well placed. Bishop d1. Well, that just gives me a pawn. And now white is in misery. Rook d. And Cormac's just subtly improving his pieces. Right now, because he killed Robert the Monkey. You have no evidence. Must give him a proper funeral? Nah. I'm just going to gaslight you into thinking he never existed. I think that's easier. It's cheaper than a funeral. Funerals are expensive. Gaslighting is free. King h7, knight a3. Hey, Messi, welcome. Bishop a6, rook d2. I'll let ChatGPT write a few words about him. Genius. I have a ChatGPT Plus subscription for reasons I'm not going to talk about on stream. I could give him I could give him a proper sending off. Give me 1 second. Noel Mebele. Noel Mebele. How do you pronounce that? Okay. BD8 and just slowly improving the position. This seems weird. Your bishop is better than his. I don't know if there's any reason for this. Why don't you just double rooks on the d file? Letting him trade bishops while also like giving him access to the d file and trade and making your knight worse seems like an odd choice. It seems counter-principled. Monkey brain. Oh, yup, pawn trade pieces. Yeah, it seemed a little much. Okay, I had ChatGPT write a few words. Farewell to Robert, the ape, whose dance moves were as consistent as they were unremarkable. On twitch.tv/alchemy and blawfish, he was a fixture, always there, reliably occupying that little corner. His rhythm, predictable. His enthusiasm, well, it certainly was an attempt. Let's give a round of polite applause for Robert's dedication to whatever it was he was trying to achieve. Here's to hoping he finds a new corner to sway in. Bless his predictably beating heart. And let's be honest, in the grand tapestry of entertainment, he was a beige thread. But even beige has its place, doesn't it? Goodbye, Robert. Keep dancing, or don't. We'll hardly notice the difference. Beautiful. Thank you, ChatGPT, for your contribution. Beige has its place. Should be 7. Yeah, it just doesn't. It seems unnecessary. Oh, free piece. Free piece. How you killed him without mercy, and about how you ruined junior dancing on Broadway, and making kids happy at the Christian Children's Hospital with cancer. Yeah, cringe. That didn't happen. I don't know where you got that from, but it just didn't happen. And he just blundered a fork anyway. So this is what I mean when I say sometimes your opponent makes you look like a genius. Bishop b7, knight b5. Now Cormac looks like a genius. c5, bishop takes f7, rook d2, rook d2. Ooh, rook f4 is nasty. Look at that pressure. Knight h4, just queen takes. What is he even trying to cook? Nobody knows. Nobody knows what he's trying to cook, but he tried to cook something. Knight xb7, knight xb7, queen xb6, queen takes h3. This is just getting more and more disgusting as time goes on. Rook takes g4, mate. Beautiful. Okay, hold on a second. So this is a sound thing you can play. Maybe missed that the knight defended the bishop. But even if he missed that the knight defended the bishop, what's his philosophical justification here? I would say gone but never forgotten, but he's going to be immediately forgotten. So gone and forgotten. No idea? Fair enough. This is an interesting opening. I could see you writing a course about it. Come on. But here's the problem. Why call it the Mamajarov? When Mamajarov didn't make a course about it, you should call it the Cormac. Because clearly, this is the best plan. The Cormac Italian. Come on. Come on. It's got a ring to it. Homies is here. Can't argue with that. See? My legendary super genius strikes again. Robert the Monkey. Dwebin Conserve the Third. He was the best monkey dancer known to humankind. Robert the Third going to hug people to death. No, really, his strength is too much. We'll always remember it. No, we won't. He will be forgotten by 2 streams from now. Dubious opening. Only played in like World Bliss tournaments. I don't think so. He seems like the kind of guy who would think it's funny. I should play him. Got it. Got it. I believe. You will reach 1,000, I believe. I have faith. I have faith, and soon you will have Elo. Sorry, Laser Dudes YouTube. I forget I need to have YouTube chat popped out. That way I can actually see what people are saying on YouTube. Because once or twice I've gotten a chatter on YouTube, but then I just forget to read YouTube chat, and so it ends up being all for naught. Cringe. Bad streamer. I'm not used to multi-streaming yet. I've only just started doing it. Because Twitch only recently made it allowable by terms of service. Although I should have been multi-streaming before that, if we're being fair. Okay. Wait. So Mr. Riz of the unspoken variety. Okay. Okay. It's a Ponziani. Cormac, it's a Ponziani. And Mr. Riz is already in a risky position. E5 already looks kind of sus. Maybe E5 isn't even good, but I like E5 just, you know, kick bishop and also prevent knight from coming to F6. Bishop C4. Bishop C4 might even be better. And white has full control over the center, and black is stunted. How do we even get here? Ponziani. And Mr. Riz played bishop c5, and after d takes, e takes, c takes, played bishop d6, which is a very, very hideous move. Yikers indeed. C4, knight a5. Knight a5 is a good attempt, but man. Bishop d5. Ooh. Ooh. What do you even play here? what do you even play here? I mean, I guess you go c6 and try to prove the bishop. I mean, I think bishop d5 is a bit optimistic. Something like just bishop d3 was probably better. The knight's really bad on the corner of the board anyways, and if you go back knight to f6, then kind of prove the point of how bad that knight was to begin with. Bishop takes f7 already? Ooh, speculative. Start trading pieces. Bishop here and take whatever he blocks with. Start trading. Let's go. Let's get some pieces off the board. He sacked a full piece. It's time to try and prove that the piece sack was bad, and you prove sacrifices are bad by trading off pieces. Bishop b4. Come on. Check and you take whatever he blocks with. And then maybe you play like d5 afterwards and try to bait en passant. Currently, he does not have a way to force his way in. You could also play like bishop e7 and try to hold, but I don't like that as much just because of the space advantage. Maybe it works too, but the knight's almost getting trapped. It feels a little suspicious. Bishop e4, good. Unless he plays like knight cd, in that case you go like knight here and you show off another piece. Well, even then. No, the knight's doing a pretty good job guarding b3 on the second thought. Knight c3. I would consider d5. I'm not sure if it's a good move, but it's a move worth considering. d5. Maybe you take first and then play d5. Like takes, then d5. The point is you're solidifying the c4 square for your knight and opening this bishop. Again, open your pieces, solidify your king. The other knight can come to like e7 and you play rook f8 and you're solid. I don't think the sacrifice is sound, but we will have to see if Homies is capable of defending it. I would take on c3 and play d5. That's my pick. Knight e7 is probably not bad either. Check, sure. King g8, I suppose. This is why I like d5. Because in this position you go takes, d5, and suddenly the f5 square is pretty well defended. You can go somewhere like here. Hydrate? I do need to hydrate. I am thirsty. I'm sick, so I need to be drinking more, not less. Immediate threat of mate on f7. Queen f8 is good. We want to trade off pieces. Trading queens would be especially good for white here. Hydrate. Ugh. Trade queens. Excellent. Now take the knight. Knight c4. Knight d5. Knight c4 followed by like d6 looks best to me. Knight d5 first also works. Knight c5, knight c4, perfect. Homies is playing extremely well. This should be a win. d6. Taking bishop's also acceptable, but I like d6 more. Sure. Takes pawn. Looks a little greedy, but I feel like it's what Homies is going to do. The knight goes to g5. Sure, just play like h6, kick it. I like h6 a lot. I think it's the best move in the position. Just because after h6, the knight has to go back and he wastes a tempo. It goes something like h3, which is dumb. You play like d6. Or it goes somewhere like e4, where you just take it. I'm suspecting I'll just go back to f3, which if it does, we're happy. That's a lot of hydrates. I don't have the best balance. I don't exactly want to do that many hydrates with this bottle. Or not. d6 isn't good right now. A king move could make sense. Ooh, b5. b5's a little bit suspicious. Not sure how I feel about b5. Maybe if the plan's like a5, b4, I can get behind it. Little bit suspicious. Because now I feel like a move like rook c1 is really easy to play. Even then, that's not that terrible, though, because you can play like knight back to d5. Oh, b4 net definitely works. He's got to play b4 now. If you play this entire idea, you played it for b4 specifically. You can't play like this without b4. I got it. I know, man. I was waiting a moment. b4 is absolutely the plan. Knight d5. Come on. You can't go for this. And not go for your opportunity. Knight h4. Now b4. It doesn't win a pawn, but it's not bad. The knight on g6 wins an exchange, but I'm honestly almost willing to give the exchange. What would that make it? 2 pieces for the rook? Still winning. King h7 makes sense. But I feel like Homies is just giving his opponent too much counterplay. See, this is what I mean. Play b4. Homies is just playing too passively. So far, it's been working okay because he's got such a big advantage that he can afford to waste a little time, but it's going to get harder. Finally. Takes? Okay, take the rook. Please take the rook. Then rook b8, and then you take on b4. Something like g6 would also be acceptable. Taking there, okay, also works. That works too. The knight just gets super active. I mean, it doesn't matter, you're up a rook, right? Can't complain too much. Well, rather, I can complain a lot, but I'm not going to. Something like knight e6 makes sense to me. Knight e6 followed rook f8. Ooh, I like rook f8 a lot. That's even better. I like rook f8 a lot. That's a very good move. Something like knight d3 looks very nice. Good stuff, homies. Now I'm expecting king f1. King f1's the only move. Okay, black just resigns. Even better. Good game, homies. Bro hit 1K. Bro got a whole extra digit. It's like he grew an extra finger. Huge W. He got his 1K. That's it. I'm out of points. Sounds like a skill issue. See, that's why you need to subscribe or gift bits, because, you know, those both give you channel points. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Appreciated. You did it, homies. Congrats. Y'all are the worst. Now let's look at this game. Okay, first things first. Do not play bishop c5 in the Ponziani. Just don't do it. It's bad. For the certain d5 is the best move. d5 was best, right? Then I don't remember what the theory was here, but there's a lot of theory, but it's like an alapin. White playing c3 means the knight can't come to c3, which means that you can't be punished by taking on d5 with queen. So if like something like this happens, then you play queen takes, and there's no knight c3 to punish you. That's the kind of the theoretical point. Knight f6 is playing good lines too. Okay, knight f6 is also playable. Same idea, you play d5, I suppose. Knight f6 is also probably good. I don't know the lines super well. You'll have to look them up, but either way, bishop c5 is not a good move because of what happened. And suddenly you're very inactive. Bishop d6 is terrible. So if bishop c5 is a slightly inaccurate move, bishop d6 is an outright mistake. Bishop d6 is a very, very bad move. And I feel like you know why it's a very, very bad move. Why is it a very, very bad move, homies? Why is bishop d6 a horrible move? Give him a second. Let him cook. Let him cook. It's not that subtle. It's somewhat obvious. e5 getting more pawn space? That's a reason. It's not the reason I wouldn't say. For me, the bigger reason is you are blocking your d-pawn. This bishop can't develop. The bishop in front of the pawn is an anti-synergy. The pawn doesn't guard the bishop doesn't guard the pawn. They don't work together. They actually work quite poorly against each other's weaknesses in front of them. In general, bishops in front of pawns are quite bad. So you're blocking in your bishop, and you have a pawn in front of one of your central squares. It's just not good. If you want to retreat your bishop, you can go to b4 check, or you can go to b6. Both of these make some sense, but bishop d6 is just a poor move. Bishop check's probably best. And then you go for like d5 and you try to hold on, you know? It's not good, but... Again, bishop c5 is already poor, but bishop d6 is terrible. Like, you should probably lose this game. This game should probably be losing. After bishop c5, you're going to have a very difficult time. But after bishop d6, you're almost certainly lost. Bishop c4, knight a5. Knight a5 is fine. Bishop d5 was poor on his part. He should have gone bishop d3, because this knight's kind of dumb. And so just let the knight sit there. It's not doing anything. Did I just blunder? Yes, you did. Now, he blundered by playing bishop d5, because now he lets you play c6. And if he plays bishop b3, you play knight takes, and somehow you kind of survive. You're not better, but you can play like bishop here and d5 at some point. Like, okay, you can play a game of chess. Now, he didn't do that. He went for the sacrifice. Sacrifice doesn't work yet. He doesn't have the development to pull it off. And this knight is suddenly, again, we've talked about this before, he made you look like a genius. Suddenly, this knight isn't poorly placed. It's actually guarding the most critically important squares. King takes f7, e5, bishop d4, bishop b4 I like. Knight c3, knight e7. I like knight e7. However, what I was looking for in this position is I was really hoping you would consider playing d5. I'm fairly certain d5 is quite a strong move. Because en passant isn't scary, first and foremost. Let's address the element in the room. En passant isn't scary, you just take. Wow, George. Wow. Hey, Sinister Magnus, welcome. First off, en passant isn't threatening. You check. You go like king e7. Then he tries queen e2. You just go like queen d7. It might look scary, but there's nothing. So first off, that's not that big of a deal. En passant isn't bad. And if he does an en passant, then you can go like knight c4 and takes and bishop out. How's it going, Alco? Pretty well. I've been sick for the past, like, almost week now, but it's okay. And plus, I'm about to go to Italy on a trip, and so this is actually the last stream before I go to Italy. I should probably talk about that more, huh? So I'll be gone for like 2 weeks. I'm very excited. My little brother is playing as a representative for Macedonia for the World Youth Chess Championships. And so I'm accompanying him as a chess coach, bodyguard, legal guard, not legal guardian, illegal guardian. Um, you know, chauffeur. Translator, cultural associate, travel agent, agent, manager, assistant manager. Everything you can go as. So, very excited. He's also very excited. Anyway, but d5 was probably best, but this is also very strong. And trading off queens, very good. Bishop takes, very good. Knight d5, very good. Knight c4, very good. Knights are entering the position. It's good stuff. Knight take b2, acceptable. h6, very good. b5 I didn't like. I didn't like b5 because this bishop feels bad. I would prefer b6 and bishop a6. Alternatively, d5 might still be a good move. But just get the bishop out. So b6 to me is better than b5, and just bishop a6, and you just finish your development. And then you have the knight coming back to d5, and it's just good stuff. b5 is a little bit much. Bishop a6 makes sense, but I even more preferred a5, going for like a b4. Again, once again, bishops in front of pawns, usually a bad idea. Bishop, rook b3, and now I was hoping you play b4. b4 in this position looks very strong. And you could play like a bishop c4 or something, or a knight back afterwards. Knight h4, king h7 is good. Again, you should have just played b4. Now you played b4. I could tell you were calculating. I could sense you thinking about b4 the entire time, but you should have played it earlier. Anyway, bishop takes f1, knight king takes f1, knight takes f4 is very good. This is probably my favorite move you played this game. I really, really, really like rook f8. Quite a lot. 2 pieces for the rook is bad. But where did you get the idea of 2 pieces for the rook from? Hold on a second. Why is this 2 pieces for the rook? Can you explain to me? How does he get 2 pieces? How does he get 2 pieces? He only gets 1 piece. Pawn takes? Okay, I take the rook. Let's just say I take the rook for simplicity's sake. He takes knight. Okay, bishop e2. He gets 1 piece for the rook. And like we said before, the 1 piece is not real. We cannot get much higher, as we've established. I felt like that was what you calculated, but I wanted to show it off afterwards. Anyway, but what you did was great. Again, I really, really like rook f8. I don't care that the computer says it's not best. I disagree with the computer. The computer's wrong. The 1 piece is not real. And we can't get much higher. Anyway, knight d6. And knight d3 check I like a lot as well. King g1. Just a5. You win. Not a5 there, but you can't play a5 and just play for the passer. And you're threatening mate, so he has to play something like h3. Then you play rook a3. Then you push the pawn again. I've never seen a single episode of One Piece in my life, so don't take that as an actual spoiler. It's just funny reference to funny meme. Anyway. Yes, homies? I have a question to ask you? Okay, we already asked one, so. If I were playing Guess the Elo with this game, I would probably say... No, I got you, I understood. I don't know, I've seen stronger players play weaker games. If I had to guess an average, I'd probably say like 1300 or something. That's not true, 12. I'd probably say 1200 if I were to just give a off the cuff. But you definitely played a better game of chess than your opponent. It's Tin's turn. Is Tin here? I do not think Tin is here. But again, other than Bishop C5 and Bishop D6, Bishop D6 was the worst move of the game. Bishop D6 was like unforgivable. That was horrible. Other than that, you just strictly played better chess than he did. 10-minute mail. It's your turn. Bishop D6 was very bad. However, outside of Bishop D6, you strictly played better chess than he did. Actually, gotta go see Yako. See you, Magnus. You should celebrate. It's a big achievement. Okay, let's see what happened. Playing against a stronger opponent. We go for Carol Khan. This time he plays a classical. Mainline stuff. Okay, let's go. Don't judge me. Oh, I'm going to judge you. You're already judged. You should feel judged. Do you feel judged right now? Then G3, Bishop G6, Knight F3, E6. So far, so good. Is H5 better in these positions? No, H5's not bad. I'm saying H6, yeah, totally. Absolutely. Completely normal stuff. Queen takes, A takes, sure. So far, completely normal game of chess. Standard Carol Khan stuff. If you're allowed to play knight e4, it looks like it's probably pretty good. You know, if you're allowed to, if it drops in your lap, it's probably a good move to play at some point. But okay, castling can't be bad. There's no universe where castling's bad in this position. Castling, and then you play knight e4. Okay, yeah, yep, same thing, same thing. Should be 3, knight fd, knight df. Sorry, yep, wonderful. Knight d2, knight takes, bishop takes, rook a4. I like it a lot. b3, rook a6. I would prefer rook a3 because now you are preventing him from playing a4, which is probably a move he wants to play. And if he goes bishop c1 to kick your rook, now this is a slight improvement because his bishop's worse in a worse position and he's cut off his rooks. So you basically win a tempo. Because it's the same position, it's just his bishop's on c1 instead of on d2, which it's better on d2 than it is on c1. So rook a3 is a slight improvement. Rook a6 is still a good move. Still a very good move. It's just, you know, these little subtle positional nuances win you games once you start getting better, because you play like 5 of them in a row and suddenly it's -2. You know what I mean? It's the little political nuances. Again, not necessary. Your position's still very good without doing this, but it's just a nice little flourish, you know? So I'd be looking for those sorts of ideas. Again, now he plays a4 and your open file isn't as strong anymore. Versus here, if bishop c1, then rook a6, then a4. Now the rook's not guarded, so you can play b5, right? Little things. And so he has to play some other move. Let's say he plays like bishop b2 or something. Now you could play b5 first. Again, it's a very subtle nuance, but that one tempo means he can't play a4 cleanly anymore. And because he can't play a4 cleanly anymore, this open file is more of an important part of the position for a longer period of time, which means that your rooks are slightly better. So it's a very small thing, but it ends up having long-term consequences, and it turns the position from very dry to black being the only one who can really push. So it's not necessary, but if it's the type of thing that you have to find if you're playing for the win. You know what I mean? Rook a6 is still good, but the computer's saying triple zeros, and this is like half a pawn better for black. That's kind of what you end up with, and I think it's a pretty accurate evaluation of what's going on. f3, rook f8. Rook f8's great, but you have to consider what he's trying to do. a4 is his plan, right? He wants to play a4 to block this file. And so rook f8 is good, but it allows a4. And then a5 afterwards. And if he plays like b4 and then c5 here, you're never breaking through. And while you're not worse in that position by any stretch of the imagination, you're also most likely not any better. Maybe he doesn't even play that yet. Maybe he goes here first. Then I don't know what you play. Like, let's say something dumb like king f8. Then he goes a4. This is probably a slight improvement. Just because he can take with knight here, so it prevents b5. But same point. It makes a4 harder, so okay. Not a big deal, but just a good thing to keep in mind. He plays a4. You play b5. Very good. He goes knight c3. And I mean, now you should just be better. Right? Takes, bishop b4. Hello, Katzen. Katzenq. Bishop b4 is interesting. I'm trying to think. It's a very barbaric, just going directly for the pawn. If he goes rook fb1, was your intention to take? Looks like it. You're probably not any better here either, though. Take it. Play d5 first. Take the knight. You're not any better here. So bishop b4 is interesting. c5 looks weird because it looks like it allows knight b5. Knight b5 isn't threatening anything. And if he takes, then you take with check. And then you get to play rook d6. Okay, that makes sense. Very subtle. And you're targeting more weaknesses. Okay, that's really difficult to see. That's real difficult. I would prefer e5. I think e5 is a little bit more clear. e5 feels like a more subtle way to get in with this bishop. This is a little bit barbaric. Even if you would play something like this now, bishop b4, it feels like it's a little bit better since he doesn't get to play a rook on the b file. And if he tries to move the knight somewhere, you just take the pawn, right? So I think e5 is a bit more subtle. And if he doesn't defend the pawn, if he takes, first off, this is amazing for you. This diagonal's like incredible. And now you can just kind of guard this pawn and have amazing long-term pressure. So he can't take. If he tries something like d5, then you go check, and again bishop d4, and this Fianchetto diagonal is wonderful. So I think e5 is a better way and a more subtle way in. Bishop b4 is a similar idea, but it's a bit more barbaric because this diagonal isn't amazing for the bishop, and it gives him the b file, and so he gets counterplay along the b file. e5 is better because it doesn't give him immediate access to the b file, because if he tries to play for the b file, you just take his pawn, and like we said, if he takes and then plays for the b file, he's got more problems to deal with, and you can bring your knight in eventually, and this is just a very good piece, and it's It's a bit more subtle. It's a bit more subtle. Again, bishop e4 definitely isn't a bad move, but it plays your hand too quickly. I started chess again a few days ago. Oh, really? How's it been treating you? Again, you're getting to this point, Mr. 10-minute male, where these direct moves that have been working and still will continue to work are going to start working less and less as you climb the rating ladder. I'm bad? Well, everyone's bad. I'm bad. It's starting to work less and less as you climb the rating ladder, because people are going to start playing stuff like rook fb1 and are going to start getting their counterplay on the b file. That's a good point, Cormac. Anyway. And going to get their counterplay on the b file, and you're not going to be winning these games anymore, you know? That's why I'm kind of focusing on these things, because as you start getting better, you know, 1500, 1600, 1700, once you get like 1800, those subtle moves are going to, oh, thank you so much for the follow, Katza. Did I thank you for the follow, or did I just say hello? Anyway, these subtle moves are going to start being the only ways you can win games reliably. I mean, your opponents are going to blunder pieces still, but you're also going to blunder pieces. So, you know, you need to win more than you lose, right? So I'm focusing on this because you're getting to the point where these moves are going to be the ones you have to find. And again, stuff like c5 is really hard to find, but again, e5 I think is just better than bishop e4, and stuff like bishop rook a3 or an earlier b5 to prevent a4. You know, either way, this is still good. And he plays rook ab1, which is again kind of strictly worse. Bishop takes c3, bishop takes, rook takes. Rook a1 is a horrible move. That is a terrible move, like really bad. d5 is the only try he has, which d5 given is a very good try. I'm analyzing actually games sent in by viewers currently. I have a queue that you type !join to join, and people get to either play a game of chess with me that I analyze afterwards, or they send in a game that they played somewhere else and I'll analyze it for them. So this is a viewer as the black pieces here who's having me analyze one of his games that he played recently online, or at least I assume it was recent. And see, now again, you can't be much better in this position. Yeah, 8 people. Although it's probably not, I don't know, all 8 people might still be here, but usually this late in stream, there's a number of people who aren't in the queue anymore. Yeah, and with a 2 rook endgame, you're not any better here. The pawns are too weak. He's got control over the 7th rank. The 7th rank is one of the most critical parts of rook endgames. And so by giving him the 7th rank, despite the fact that you're a pawn, maybe even 2 pawns up, it's still completely fine for white, and white can almost certainly hold this. You play rook d1, rook d7, and black will never win. Rook endgames are difficult, but they're very important. Very important. So he plays rook a1, which is just horrible. Just horrible. Because now, instead of playing a rook endgame where it's difficult for you to win, he's playing a piece endgame where you can make yourself a passer via b5. Play b5. That's not good. Okay. Pass pawns, pass pawns, pass pawns. Pass pawns win endgames. b5 here is by far the most natural move and by far the best move. You play b5, you create a passed pawn, you play like knight d5, you push it to b4, you walk in your king, there's nothing he can do. He's forced to use one of his pieces to block the passed pawn for the rest of the game. For the rest of the game, one of his pieces has to babysit your passed pawn, which basically means he's playing a piece down. And this position, let's say that takes happens, which is terrible, but let's pretend it happens. He is now a piece down. It doesn't look like he's a piece down, but he is a piece down, because his bishop has to stay defending this pawn, or his king has to defend this pawn and his bishop can be free. So one of his 2 pieces is forced to babysit this for the rest of the game, especially since you have a knight to guard it, which means your 2 pieces can just walk into his king side and take all of his pawns, and there's nothing he can do to stop you. There's simply nothing he can do to stop you. If he tries to walk in, let him, and you just walk into the king side here. And there is nothing to be done. Play h5. You just walk in. Walk in like you own the place. And he can't get his king in to take the pawn. He can't get his bishop in. He could try to use his bishop to guard everything, like he plays like a bishop move here or something. H takes, F takes. And then you can send it in for your return if you'd rather that than play. F5, yeah, and he can try. He can try and play like bishop c1, but the problem here is, again, this king has to defend this pawn, which means you are playing with 2 pieces, he is playing with 1. If this pawn didn't exist, this would be a draw, because he could just bring his king in this way. But the problem is he can't. As soon as he starts walking the king, right, you move this pawn and you push this pawn, and one of the 2 pieces has to guard this pawn, which means you're playing a piece up. So that's the thing. In endgames, a passed pawn, especially far away from the rest of the action, is effectively a piece. It's very similar from a value perspective. Open an alt account. I would not recommend that, given it's against chess.com's terms of service. So b5 is by far the best move in the position, and it basically wins on the spot. B5 wins a piece. That's how you have to think about it. King f7, king 8 still good. And again, he should be playing this, preventing you from being able to play b5, and so not winning a piece. Anyway, king e3, king d6, g4, knight d7. And again, this is a heart rate monitor thing because the computer's having a stroke continuously due to the fact that you're not playing b5. Okay, he makes your job even easier. I would have taken this with king. Maybe it's not good. Yeah, you have to play knight f6. If you take with king, then bishop takes here, and he gets his passer. So you have to, again, you've missed your opportunity to win. Assuming he plays reasonably, again, now this is a draw. Because he gets his passer as well. 4 isn't over. It is not. How do I send you? When it's your turn, you can just send the link in chat, or I'll ask you. And now you're losing. Because now, both of you have a passed pawn. And here's something to know about bishops. Bishops are better at doing 2 things at once than knights are. So here, the knight can't defend his pawns and also help you push. The bishop can. The bishop can. And so you are playing a losing endgame. This? Yeah, for example. I'm not going to look at it now because you're pretty late in queue, but when it's your turn. And his pawn is faster, so you should honestly just take. Because you can't get inside his square. Meanwhile, you can't get in his square, but he can get in your square of the pawn. So he can stop your pawn, you can't stop his. Yep, you're good. You can have my turn if you want to. It's not that big of a deal, George. If you want to, you totally can, but it's fine. Your choice. Your choice. Yep. It's over. There's nothing we can do. So yeah, this game was a tragedy. This game was absolutely a tragedy. You played extremely well in the middle game. Extremely, extremely well. You missed some nuances that could have made your position better than it already was. But then he blundered and played some very poor late middle game. But you didn't. This is why I emphasize how important it is to study endgames. In this game, you were completely winning. B5 and the game wins itself. It is trivially easy to win. Trivially. If I give you this position, I am 100% positive you could beat me in this position 10 times out of 10. 100 times out of 100. It is not difficult. And it's very like a relaxed win. But in this position, not playing b5 is basically giving up the win. Because again, b5 effectively wins a piece. Let me show a game I had earlier today real quick before I move on to the next person. Where is it? It is... Is it this one? I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. Let me show a game I had earlier. Yeah, it's this one. I played this game earlier today. I had pretty darn high accuracy, and I'm pretty happy with it. But I'm emphasizing a point. So in this game, me and my opponent both played chess. He won a pawn. but I had some activity as compensation, whatever. So now we're in this rook endgame, right? Let's go from this position. I'm not going to stay on this too long, but just real quick. I'm playing basically a 2100. He's 2091, and I'm a 2100. So we are two 2100s playing. Dead draw. Dead draw. He's a pawn up, but it's a dead draw because rook endgames. Which is one of the reasons I'm emphasizing that your opponent should have kept the rooks on the board, because rook endgames. And here's the thing. My opponent pushed really hard for the win and simply didn't understand how rook endgames worked. He let me control. He kept his rook passive. And so he's effectively playing with only one rook. And I ended up winning this endgame that I had no business winning. And he resigned like here. My opponent played better chess than me for the opening and middle game. And I was a pawn down going into the endgame. And just because I'd done more rook endgame studying than he did, it quickly went from a pawn down. It's still a pawn down, but my rooks are more active. Studying endgames and knowing what you're aiming for is super duper duper important. I knew what I was aiming for. I knew what I was playing for. I knew what my strengths were. I knew what my weaknesses were. My opponent, for some reason, did not. He should have been playing to activate his other rook, and in that case, it would have been a draw, and he would have been playing for the win, if anyone, because he had an extra pawn. But he played inactively. He played passively. And so I got whacked. Knowing your endgames is super duper important to being able to win games that you should win and games that you shouldn't win, games that you should lose, games that you should draw. So stuff like b5 are the moves you have to know. Again, at 1500, you're going to start feeling it. I would say you feel it like at 900, but at 1500, you would definitely feel it. In that case, it's your turn, Cat Zen. Let me grab that game that you want to show me. Unless, because you and George traded places, right? Yeah, you did. So, do you want me to analyze this game, Cat Zen? I'm assuming you do, because that's why you sent it. Let's see what happened. You know, I can guarantee it's not the worst I've seen. I've seen and I've played some pretty bad chess games. Were you white or black? Mr. Zen or Miss Zen. White. Okay. So I would highly recommend 10-minute mail that you do some looking, that you look into some end games, because it will help you, and in those games you will win them easily. Again, it's the nuances and then the end games. Thank you. No problem. Knight takes e4. And also pass pawns are amazing. Sure, you gave him a pawn. So first things first. 2 games in a row. Yeah, pretty much. Knight f6, knight e5. And you blundered your knight. Mm-hmm. It's just in general, you have plenty of time on the clock. You're playing too fast. Zen, you are simply playing too fast. There is no reason in an opening where you don't know the theory, because clearly you don't know the theory here, which is no problem with that. You should not be playing like 5-second moves here. You have time to think. You have time to play a bunch of stuff. Something like knight c3 is good. Something like d3 is good. Obviously e5 is the best move, but either way, there's no reason to play something like knight f3. No reason. And then blundering the fork. You played this move in, again, 5 seconds. No reason. You're playing way too fast. d5. He missed the fork. Should be 3. Okay. d7 takes c4. c4 is a bit weakening. I would try to get castled. Just get castled. Focus on the other stuff later. You have time. Get castled first. Then focus on your bishop. Opening your bishop's not a bad idea, but just get castled first. c4, e5, c takes, castles. Sure. Knight c6, knight c3. Very good. d4. And he blundered his queen. We take those. We take those every day of the week. Bishop g4. Take the queen. f3 is fine. f3 is fine. I see what you're doing. You're trying to hold on to the knight. I respect it. That's good. g4, I don't like as much. There's no reason to open your king. Just move your knight in. You're up how much material? You're up 1 billion points of material. You do not mind him trading off pieces. Just move your knight in. Bring your queen out. Bring your bishop out. Bring your rook to the open file. Win. He still hasn't castled. This is fine. g4 is unnecessary. Just don't open your king. It makes your life more difficult. I know he doesn't have a queen, so it's not that big of a deal. Just no reason. Queen a4. Good stuff. D takes, and you take the rook. Wonderful. c2. Queen x a7 check. Perfect. Take all the pawns. Queen a4 check. Perfect. Take the pawn. No counterplay. Good stuff. And bishop d2, he resigned. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So your opening play was a little suspicious, but in general, I would say the biggest problem in this game is you play too fast. At the end of the game, you had a minute more than you started with. Minute and a half. You had almost 2 minutes more than you started with in this game. There is no reason for that. You played a good game of chess here. You could have played even better if you just spent a bit more time. Yeah, I played Bullet with my friend IRL. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. For this game? Yeah. You need to intentionally do it. It's a practice thing. Pismos, are you still here? It's a practice thing. You need to be intentional. You need to just like remind yourself to play slow. At the start, you just have to remind yourself. It gets easier over time as it becomes more automatic, but at the start, it's just play slow, play slow, play slow, play slow, play slow, play slow, you know? You, my friend, says I'm playing too fast? Hey, friend's a smart guy. There's just no reason for it. You're making your life needlessly difficult. Says Pismos is here, but evidently he's not. 1247 or something? Yep. You're playing too fast. You're playing too fast and you're playing with one piece at a time. You brought the bishop out, then you tried to make the bishop as best as possible. Play with little pieces. You know? Because it takes longer to make that one piece perfect than it does to develop like 3 others, you know? So Pismos isn't responsive. So we go to the next person, which is RL07. I also don't think RL07 is here either. That name's kind of difficult to say, RL07. Maybe it's just my accent. RL07. Pop. Want to join again? Good one. I'll join in your stead. So when it's my turn, it's your turn. R2D2? R2D2 is pretty easy. Missed my turn? Well, your turn was like 2 seconds ago, so I don't count that as missing it. So are we playing a game, Pismos, or are you going to show me something? What's the plan? Let me just check my chess.com. It's just real quick. Okay, it's nothing important. A lot of game reviews today. Don't mind it whatsoever. I wonder if that's a better thing to advertise than playing with people, is analyzing people's games. I'll have to think about that. I'll try that. Next stream, I'll try advertising it as analyzing people's games instead of advertising it as playing against people. Because I've noticed more and more recently that, especially even newer people who come into the queue for the first time want to get their games analyzed. It's interesting. I only want to play you? Oh, yeah, for sure. But again, it's a mix. I'll try it next time. But I won't be streaming for another, like, 2 weeks. Because, I'm going to Italy. Black pieces, of course. Of course. Okay. Sure. Bishop b7 is a move? I thought b5 was a move here. Was bishop e7 like a sideline? It all makes sense. It's not bad. But... b5, bishop e6, all moves. Okay, cool. Bishop e7, knight d4 definitely makes the most sense. f6. That I don't like. I think you have to take on f6. And then, I don't know, c3 feels like a move. Then you just go on a magical journey. Maybe bishop c4. Bishop c4 is probably best. This, and then you go on a magical journey. I don't know. It's chess. Bishop e3 looks suspicious, though, because now you take in the center, and as soon as pawn takes, now black has no problems. Because black's big problem in the Lowenthal slash Scheveningen, not Scheveningen, slash Sveshnikov slash whatever these openings are called, there's like a billion of them, is this pawn being backwards and weak, and more importantly, this square. And so, Kalishnikov, Lowenthal, Sveshnikov, all of those. The problem is this square and this pawn, more so this square. And so, as soon as this square gets filled with a pawn, like it does in this position, suddenly, black doesn't really have a weakness. And so, black just kind of has this nice central structure that white usually tries to prevent in most openings. And this pawn might actually be a weakness. Not saying black's better, but the black one might be better, but also, it's just, black doesn't have any problems. Black has solved their positional problems. This bishop's a little weak, but you can get it out. There are ways to get it out. This bishop has a future wherever you want it to go. Knight's a little awkward. You can go this way. You can probably go to d4 immediately. Just because if they try to do something goofy like takes, queen takes, you probably have bishop f6. Like, or you just castle. You just castle and you say, development, what development? You go bishop f6 and like b5. Nice. So, black's already solved all their positional problems. Knight d4, very nice. Bishop takes. Hey, we're following the game. I didn't even know that. I was just giving a sample line. Anyway, castles. Castles long. Bishop f6. Queen b4, b5. And now black's certainly better. A pawn down, yeah, but better developed, and this knight's terrible. This bishop's terrible. This bishop is king. This bishop's going to be wonderful. Rook will come to the c-file. Black's just better. You should be, homies. 1000's pretty darn cool. c3. Rook b8. Rook b8 with the intention of playing a5, I presume. In which case, excellent. Queen b3, queen b6. Very nice. Very typical. b4. Ooh, I like b4 a lot. Knight c4, queen a7. And again, you can try and take. There's nothing to do. cxb, rook xb. I wouldn't have even played this. Just, like, play for the rook on the c-file. Why even bother? It's not bad, but just why bother? b3, a5. Play for the c-file. Like, this, and then, like, rook c8 or something. I mean, maybe this isn't good in this position because you're not threatening anything directly, but... a5. I don't like a5. It's definitely good. It's definitely good. I just don't like it. Why? Right? Why have to even think about this? Why not just play bishop here and go rook c8 and and just barbarically break through. What is he going to do about it, you know? I mean, I guess a5's same point. What is he going to do about it? Want to open up the A file? Yeah, but you already have the open C file. And your bishop and rook are both undeveloped. You know, just because you're attacking doesn't mean principles go out the window. Bishop g4 might also be good. I just like the C file. I want to play for the C file. Okay, A5, A4 is definitely not bad. That was a good idea. Definitely is a good idea. I just don't know if it's the best idea. Doesn't matter. It's winning anyway. Just let me in. Sacks, you just don't care. Rook d3. Wow, he really wants you dead. G6, perfect. Knight takes, A takes. Too weak, too slow. Give me the rook. Why even play this check first? Queen c3? No, it's not. Queen c3 is not a threat. This can't be bad though. Development with check, right? Yeah, it did open up the king right. Little, I see it. I question everything, but you're right. I think bishop g4 is nice. I think the computer is dumb. I think bishop g4 is a nice move. I don't know what the computer's cooking, but it's bad. It's stinky. Very nice. Alcoholism is good. I tend to disagree. Good stuff. Just a solid game of chess. Not even really anything to commentate on. You played basically perfectly. Very nice game of chess. This just goes to show. Agree, disagree? Yeah, the computer's wrong. This chess.com analysis just isn't as strong as the offline analysis tools that you can get and you can use. Computer's just wrong. I was reviewing Catalan line and how amazing was it, man? The second night, basically just winning the game. I told you, man. The Catalans got a bunch of sauce. It's just really hard to cook. D4 sacrificing the pawn, very common. Very common. And you can't afford to take it. Again, you just have the bishop pair and all the open lines you could ever ask for. Alcoholism is objectively good. I'm not even going to entertain that. Alco, give me mod. Yeah, yes, alcoholism is good. Give me mod. I do not see any contradiction between these points. Pretty game. Just goes to show. Like, every Sicilian is held back by something. You know, every Sicilian has that one problem, you know? Just that one thing. Just that one little, you know, just one little annoyance. Nope. One little annoyance. And so, if you solve the Sicilians' problem for them, they have a different approach to engines, but overall, online engines just aren't the most reliable. You should be running it offline, because the online ones, by nature of running on the browser, only use one CPU thread, and most modern computers have more than one CPU core, and most modern cores can hyperthread. And so, well, you know, there are different applications, like SKID versus PC, ChessX, that sort of thing. Earlier today, I was just analyzing a position on my computer. Hey, Flix, would you mind spamming a wee bit less? Thank you. Every Sicilian has their one problem, and if you solve the Sicilians' one problem for them, suddenly it's the best opening in the game. So, White solved Black's problem for them, and it's the best opening in the game. That's what I love about Sicilians. That's what every Sicilian player loves. You should be, homies. Like, the dragon has the problem of just the weakness of the king for the h-pawn pushes. You never push the h-pawn, the dragon's the best opening in chess. The accelerated dragon has the problem of the Meroxy over defending d5. If you don't over defend d5, the accelerated dragon's the best opening in the game. No, I cannot give you mod for celebration. I'm sorry. I am unable physically. Hey, I did everything chat recommended for like 10 minutes earlier this stream, and it went about as well as you could suggest, okay? Messi. Is Messi still here? I think Messi left. Retake the means of content production. There was no monkey. There was never a monkey named Robert, ever. I don't even know where you got that idea from. Why would we name a monkey Robert? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Completely unhinged. I have no idea where you got that from. It's Cormac's turn. Cormac's always here. What gorilla? I don't know. Was it a monkey or was it a gorilla? Monkey killing denier. I never killed a monkey. There was never a monkey for me to kill. What if I said I don't wanna? Then you would be based. And flicks cringe. Bonziani, let's go. I don't know what you're talking about, homies. No idea what you're talking about. D5, Eric Rosen mode activated. This is good stuff. Let's go. G7 EITX. Yeah, wasn't this a line where there was like knight d4? He played knight d4? Oh, somebody who knows the lines. It's a miracle. Oh no. I thought he knew the theory. I got so excited. I was like, oh, we're going to get a deep theoretical battle that goes a billion moves down. But no. Who's Albert? Bring. D4 is a major sideline. This is true. Bishop c4 is the main move. Yeah, I remember we looked at this, and there was like b5. I remember this now. And then you play e4. So e4 is the main idea, but it's not the idea after d4, which is crazy. Then queen e3, bishop d6, c4. And look at this chunk of pawns. No reason I spend too much money and control my spending data. Based Pismos. As in the controlling spending, not the spending too much money. Look at that chunk of pawns. It's crazy. b6. Whoa. b6 cannot be a good move. Because, I mean, c5 isn't a threat because I can just take on d5, worst case scenario. My grandma makes some yummy carrot cake. Ooh, I love carrot cake. And grandma food's best food. b6, knight c3. b6 can't be good. It's just too slow, too weak. h3, just preventing the knight from getting in. This is such a monotonous, slow, rational way of playing. I mean, white's a full pawn up, so I can't really complain. c6 is a good attempt, but d5 is possible. You don't even have to play d5 yet. You can wait. There's nothing you can do to stop d5, so you can just sit here and wait before playing d5. What murders? Queen g3. Yeah, d5 allows bishop c5 at some point. There's no... You can wait. Just bishop e2. You can't stop it. You know? There's nothing you can do about it. Just wait. You can play d5 whenever you like. And now queen g3. Wow, flicks. Wow. Queen g3. Bishop d7. You have murder Mr. Beast. No, I did not murder Mr. Beast. I did not. I did no such thing. I will do no such thing. See, look, they're still here. Mr. Beast. Okay, no, still here. B2, B5, castles. B4, knight D1, just casually. Bishop H6 just concretely wins an exchange, does it not? Now you can go. Now you can enter. Anyway, knight D1, B3, and look at that. For all of black's everything, he's just a pawn down and has to deal with two connected passers, connected protected passers. Bishop D6 is a good move. Yeah, but I would try trading off pieces here. There's no reason. What's he going to do? How is he going to prevent the pieces from coming off the board? You just trade pieces, and these pawns will win you every endgame. Every endgame is winning for white. So there's no reason to avoid the piece trade. You should embrace it. Where does this rook go? Cormac, where does this rook go? Why are you giving him counterplay, Cormac? Why are you giving him counterplay? You see that rook. I'm listening. I'm listening. The thing is, why are you giving him counterplay? He doesn't deserve counterplay. This is why you should trade off pieces. This is exactly why you should have traded off pieces. I love it when I'm right. Nah, I'm an anti-absurdist. Anyway. Queen d6, rook c1. Yeah, okay, suddenly it's fine. Ooh, f4 is pretty. Because if you do this, I just play bishop takes. And look at my pieces come to life. Oh, c5 hits with a thud. Okay. On your f4, he goes bishop e3. You just play knight takes. And now you're up 3 pawns. And a billion of them are passed. Knight h7 is depressing. That knight has no future. Rook g3. What do? G5 is depressing. You say that, Flakes, but I don't think it's true. Use it on rent to save a house. Or give it away to like strangers. Yeah. H takes. Oh. Rook f6. That's a nice move. Reason before you deciding your stance? I have. Queen e7. I try to avoid having stances without reasoning. What a... Rook f6 is beautiful. Just everything falls apart. It all comes crashing, crumbling down. And king h8's all completely over. Rook takes f7. Can you play me after? You're so good. I'm not that good, Mr. Chess. A lot of 7s. Exclaim join the queue, and then when it's your turn, I absolutely can play you. But I don't skip people because it makes me sad. Charlie Kozlok's stuck. That's pretty funny. Rook x f7. Beautiful. Beautiful. Was a lie? I figured. You decide the stance reasoning, did reasoning and the same stance from cognitive bias. Maybe that's true, but it's not possible for you to know that. because you didn't know me before I had decided my stance, and so you were not around for the time period where I was reasoning. I'm new to Twitch. How do I join the queue? How does it work? How long is the queue? Well, the queue currently is pretty long. It's got like 6 people in it. But the way you join, you just type !join. I would never say I found absurdism specifically. I would say I kind of vaguely looked for other philosophies and found them all wanting. And I've been continuously reprocessing as time goes on. Okay, thanks. No problem, Chess. When you think about it, don't mind them seeming like attacks. You've been around here for long enough, Flicks. I know that you don't mean poor. You mean well. That's how I want to put this. I know you mean well. In that case, I would have to mute you for a significant period of time, and you know that. Want to keep it? Thanks a lot. You playing on time. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry. It's Homies' turn, but is Homies here? Homies is not here. He had to leave, I believe. No, it says he's here. Back. Back. Okay, homies. Am I playing you now, or am I watching you play again? What's the plan, Stan? 1v1? Sure. Spoken Riz. Who's a newly minted 1000. Pretty clean, if I do say so myself. Jokes that seem to be. Oh, I agree. But there's a time and place for everything. And I don't think my stream chat is the time nor the place to spam racial slurs. Oh no, I'm agreeing with you, Flix. I'm just doing the streamer thing where when I agree, I elaborate because not everyone here is thinking the same thing I am. So like knight c3 and then knight c6 and it's the main line. And we've transposed to the main line. Then like d5, knight a5. Main line stuff. And then knight c6 on move 7 is one of the 3 main lines. The 3 main lines are c6, queen e8, and knight c6. The move I was already considering on playing was knight c6. However, the Gotham course also recommends knight c6. That's pretty good. You beat Nelson? Hey, congrats. Stop ignoring me? No. So, the main lines are c6, queen e8, and knight c6. Knight c6 is the most combative one, and I'm a combative player, so I play knight c6. It only took 103 moves. Sounds acceptable. Never stop unignoring me. So the never and un cancel out, so stop ignoring me. So I've only just started the Gotham course. But the Gotham course, for the Leningrad specifically, does recommend knight c6, which is very good. The Gotham course has a section on the classical, the Stonewall, and the Leningrad, which is pretty nice. I'm going to focus mostly on the Leningrad because I like the positions the most, but all 3 are good. I have a criticism of your personality. How do you criticize a personality? Doesn't make sense. Wait, that's a criticism? Hold on a second. I don't think that should be a criticism, Flicks. I think you'll get canceled on twitter.com for that being a criticism. You're melting. Now you're just making it weird, Flicks. I figured as much. I'm going to play e5. Yeah, I think that's how it works. Canceling out sounds right. Everything cancels out. That's... See, you thought you learned that in math class just for math, but actually canceling out is like a universal mechanic, you know? Hmm. Also, can you stop spamming caps lock? Don't forget I traded places, so I have 2 games in a row. Yep, I remember. And oh, I got to go. Okay, cat. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again in future. Just casually up a pawn. It's pretty nice. See, bishop d5 is nice in these positions because I want to trade the light squared bishops. One of the main ways you play these positions, now I didn't do it this time because I'm bad at chess, but one of the main ways you play these positions oftentimes is you try to trade off the light squared bishops. So I'm not sure if this was correct. b3 is interesting. I haven't studied my lines super well yet, so I don't know much about if b3 is a good move or not, but I ended up a pawn, so I can't complain too much, right? Things are looking good. Looking swell. Okay, have a nice rest of your evening, night. From Sweden, so you're like same time zone I am, so have a nice night. When we all turn into dust. I don't plan to turn into dust. I am going to eject myself into outer space via a trebuchet, and therefore will just float through the universe, preserved. Well, it's almost 11 p.m. his time. Speaking of which, I'm closing the queue. Everyone already in the queue will get their turn, but no one new can join. Sorry, Mr. Riz, it's too late. Yeah. I know. Uh, me and the homies chilling. AKA I have unspoken Riz is currently talking to me via chess.com chat, which is why I'm responding. Bishop pair and a clean pawn up. Can't complain too much. I would rather you not, Flix, if it's all the same to you. Can confirm, because it's like 11:30 p.m. your time. Y'all, you're in the same time zone I am, right? Yep, CET. I thought so. I don't know my time zones super well. Something I need to work on. CET, also sometimes called CEST, standing for Central European Time and Central European Standard Time, respectively. Bye, Flix. Huh, it's a weird position. I'm not quite sure what to play. You know what? I'm going to start with bishop f6. Might be a bad move, but the point is I want to prevent the knight from coming to g5. That way I can play something like queen f7 without fear of knight g5. That was my intention, at least. How good of an idea that is, yet to be shown. Yet to be demonstrated. I'm not really afraid of something like... Wait, what? Cool. I'll take that. I think bishop e4 would have also been a good move. Bishop e4 might have been better, actually, than bishop f6. Yeah, bishop e4 is a standard idea in these positions. Yeah. Bishop e4, and everything kind of solidifies. Bishop e4, and then I could play like c5 followed by d5 and just force another pawn down. Yeah. Me not forgetting you have a bishop? Well, because it really looked like you forgot I had a bishop, so that's really interesting that you didn't, because it looked like you did. Who's next? Let me see who's next before I end this game. It's 10-minute mail again. This is the main line. b3 is one of the main moves. Sheesh. And he gave me a piece, but I gave it right back. What should I have played? Bishop b2 is fine. It's bishop b4. Wow. Bishop b4 I was a little suspicious. And rook b8. Sheesh. Anyway, bishop g7 allowed b4, and then I should have played c5. I considered c5, but I didn't think it was any better. I guess bishop b4 makes sense. I'm just up a piece. Why do I care about you getting on my queen side? What's the main line? This is the main line. I don't know. I believe the main line is queen d3 here. Knight d2 is also playable. Queen a5 is also playable. b3 is also playable. I'm fairly certain queen d3 is the main move. After b3, it is knight e4. That is the main move. And then it's knight takes. And then bishop takes. And then knight eg. And like c5. I have no idea. I just work here. I don't know these lines well enough. I've never seen b3 in my life. Maybe I'm not supposed to play knight e5. Maybe I'm supposed to play e5 or something. Maybe knight e5 is bad. This is weird. There's only been like 50 games played, but it has an amazing win rate for white, which usually means something silly is going on. Something is wrong, and I don't know what it is. Because again, it's very uncommon for openings to have this high of a win rate. and to be that low played. Because usually if an opening's that good, it has a much higher win rate. I'll have to let it cook on a stronger stockfish for a while. Maybe check my theory. Yeah, B3's been played 44 times or something along those lines. This doesn't make any sense. Something doesn't add up here. Well, I know what I'm going to be looking into after stream. I'll check my theory. I'll check my course, and then after my course, I will check. I will just start up at my engines and have them cook on it for a few minutes. 94. Two knight takes, special takes, rook c1, g7, b4, knight takes c4. And then I'm slightly better here, but it's fine. And then here, bishop e4 is the best move. And then you play like some rook move, and then I can go like rook c8 and start pushing my central pawns. Hey, Durandi, welcome. And tell me what b3 does when you come back from Italy. Sure, deal. Because the computer hates me there on low depth, but well, let's see what it likes on higher depth. b6 was bad, but again, just bishop e5, e4, and then like you can sack the exchange. But if you go like something like rook c1, that makes more sense. Then I just push these. Again, bishop e4 is a standard move. I'm surprised I didn't find it. And then you just blundered your queen. So really, you blundered a piece, then you won the piece back, then you blundered your queen. Emotional roller coaster of a chess game. Rook e1 was unnecessary. I'm not even sure what rook e1 really did. If you had taken and I play like pawn takes, I mean maybe this is fine. And I'm only up a pawn. Hey, Pixon, welcome. Any good Gourmet games today? Yes. We have had a few. You know how it is. Look at that, Cormac, you're famous. People walk into my stream and then the first thing they ask is about Cormac games. Oh yeah, your turn was before. Wait, 10-minute mails here. Okay, so I'll play you now, Messi. Night. I'll play you, and then it'll be 10-minute mail's turn. It's everything I've always wanted. Of course it is. You're famous on a random Twitch streamer who has like 10 average viewers. What about me? You'll be after. So it's Messi, 10-minute mail, then you, King. 3+0? If you'd like so. If you'd like to. Your choice. Well, it's either Dragon, Catalan, or Cormac nonsense. Hey, don't forget the Dutch. I have become a base Dutch user. Oh, it's 3+0. Give me a second. I need to play fast. So far, so good. Not technically the main lines, but close enough. Does he know his theory? Does he know his theory? Because Dutch is truly based. I have started using the Dutch, and I've had quite a bit of success. I've been really enjoying it. That is incorrect. Why is it incorrect? I don't know. Give me just a moment. Huh. Very weird. Give me just a second. Takes, queen, queen b. Just 2.5 minutes. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is 3 plus 0. I hate 3 plus 0 so much. With all of my heart, I hate 3 plus 0. Heart and soul and every other organ I can spare. No, you're totally right. Man, Blitz is the worst. And just in case y'all are wondering, yes, this is in fact a mad cause bad moment. It looks right. And that does not look right. Sounds like a skill issue. It is a skill issue. Thank you for noticing. Okay, come on. This has got to be winning or something. We'll play this first, which tempos the knight if he plays bishop takes. If he doesn't play bishop takes, he just loses to takes a3, right? Looks like it. No, I'm threatening queen takes b2. What am I saying? He has to play bishop takes, and now I'm attacking this knight. Then he can't go back to b3, which is where you would normally go. This looks terrible. What exactly are you attacking, my good sir? If I go here, he goes here. I go here, he takes with check. Goes here. I think he's just out of options. Of course, I could also just take and then take the knight. That looks best. I'm playing too slow. Oh, that was a terrible move. What am I doing? What am I doing? Man, I am bad at 3 plus 0. There was no reason not to play knight h5. None whatsoever. This is strictly worse than knight h5. He let me have it, though. Yeah. Just time is too much of a factor. That's a wacky move. Holy cow. Missed that completely. Now it's just over, yeah? No, I'll try something goofy like this, hoping he moves the king. Posture check? Okay, fine. Oh, it should be that way. Did you miss rook e8 at the end? No. Just got paranoid. Man, I am bad at 3 plus 0. One of your best games. You were losing, bro. I am 99.9% sure you were completely losing out of the opening. 99.9% sure. Again, bishop h6 was a mistake for sure. Queen b6 evidently was wrong. This was wrong. Should I just gone for the rook sack immediately? Yeah, it was the rook sack immediately, then a4. And then queen c5. Yeah, this is what it is. And it's -3. It's completely losing. I knew it was the rook sack. Why didn't I trust my gut? And then just knight h5 and I'm totally fine. Shame on me. Not queen c6, queen c5. Queen c5. Then saying c3. Then rook e8, and I'm okay. And if you take here, then king h8, and then if you try c3, I just play rook takes. And knight c2 is bad because of bishop e6. So you have to go king b1, and then queen takes a3, and perpet. Rook e8 when? Knight f3 is really pretty. Knight f3 is really pretty. Knight h5, here, 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 here. Rook e8 here instead of queen c5, instead of queen c5. If I don't play queen c5, I lose my queen. That's a nice knight sack. I just lose my queen if I don't play queen c5. I have to play either queen c5 or queen d8. There's not another move. Oh, that's a detail. It is a detail. Man, I knew it was the rook sack. I swear, didn't I hover the rook sack during the game? I knew it was the rook sack too. Shame on me. Deserved that. This is very much, that's what I'm looking for, very much thematic. And so here doesn't work because queen d2. So it's rook a6. Why doesn't rook a6 work? What's the point of rook a6? I'm just playing rook b6. Yeah, just rook a6, rook b6, and it's losing. I was afraid of the rook sack. The rook sack was absolutely the move. And also, for the record, the theory here is castles long. But it doesn't really matter too much. Bishop h6 is worse, but it's because of b5. And my attack is faster than it's normally allowed to be. You wasted tempi doing this, and so you deserve death because of it. Okay, next after Messi was who was next after Messi? It was 10-minute mail. That's who it was. It was 10-minute mail. Is 10-minute mail still here? He should be. His turn was coming. His name clearly states that he prefers Ronaldo. It's called spite. No, what it's actually called. What it's actually called is I start by trying to get the first thing. Okay, are you sending me a game on 10-minute mail, or am I playing against you? Here's the thing. Normally, I go by like the first few letters of the name, but the first few letters of that name are Cristiano. And Cristiano is annoying to say. It's like a billion syllables. It's just annoying to say. And I know it's Cristiano Ronaldo, but Ronaldo's not his name, so it wouldn't make any sense to call him that. And so then I keep going. Is. Calling someone is doesn't make any sense. Better doesn't make any sense. Then Chris. What? Chris? Hey, it's my boy Chris. No, oh, no, no. No, no. It has to be something that's like a part of it. I know Chris is technically a part of it, but no one's going to see Cristiano and think Chris. Hey, Coda Carter, thanks so much for the raid. Give me a second. Let me shout you out real quick. Shout out. Boom. Appreciate the raid so much. Give me a second. We're playing bad chess. No, actually, we're analyzing a good chess. That's the difference. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? D4, D5, E4, Bishop F5. You're playing a lot of Karo Khan. You have not showed me this game. Okay, it started the same as a different game. Love the name? Thank you. It's very long. I would have made it shorter if I had planned this when I made the name back when I was like 16. But now I have to commit. It's too late. 16-year-old me was not thinking SEO. I was not an SEO expert at the time. Alco blob. Usually it's alco fish. What I shorten it to on like socials is alco, and then I spell fish with a ph because it's funnier. Alco blob also works. Can you change every 60 days? Yeah, but now it's not the same. I've had it for so long. I've had it for I don't know how many years now. I could just change it to alco fish, but it's not the same. I might one day, but it's been something on my mind for the past year, but I don't know. The vibes are off, man. I like alchemy and blobfish. I do too, but it's just long. But I mean, people have done better with worse names. Like, I mean, seriously, the fact that Carl Sagan 42 is like an internet person who exists and like has a successful online career, even though his career is also mostly offline. That's like, not only is there a random number at the end, but it's someone else's name with a random number at the end. Like, come on. A horrible name. Your chat rules list is funny? Thank you. It was introduced as a feature, the chat rules thing, and I was like, oh, come on. There's no way anyone takes this seriously. I was wrong, of course. A ton of people take it seriously, as they should, but you know, I'm too Zoomer pilled. I can only see post meta irony. Anyway, I like this bender. This is good. I read that no one else reads it. That's what I mean. Bro makes everyone else think that he's a real Carl Sagan. No, it's actually though. D takes, queen takes, sure. Queen b6 is fine. Knight g6 is probably also fine. Yeah, queen b6 is fine. Queen takes, bishop e3, knight takes e5. Ooh, that's a nice move. Throw that in there. Does he play anything else other than Caro? I have no idea. Caro is so nice and played well. Absolutely. Again, I've said this before. Thank you so much for the follow. ZZZ chess. ZZZ chess. Is it ZZZ chess or is it like zzz chess? You know, like sleeping, or is it ZZZ chess? Specify. I've said this before, but while I would never play the Caro-Kann, I hate the positions with all my heart and soul. My little brother plays them, and I told him to play them. Like, I recommended that he play the Caro-Kann because it matches his style much better than it matches mine, and he's had a great deal of success with it. I think he still has like a 50-something, 57% win rate with the Caro. And he's like 1900. I too thought no one reads my name. Challenge accepted. I just read it. Probably incorrectly. Anyway. Knight takes e5 is nice. This is a danger levels thing. You know, it's important not to panic. I'm sorting to bruv. There's a difference between chess, you know, like one syllable, and alcomedian blobfish. That's like 7 syllables. Come on. Do better. Take the bishop. Nice. Knight c6 is good. Bishop takes. You're just cleaning this guy out. Goodness gracious. I like taking the knight. It's a very practical choice. Just castles. Okay, c8. You're playing very practically. Can I ask where the name Alchemy and Blobfish come from? No, you can't. But you did anyway, so I'll answer it just because. So my middle name is Alexander, and I went by that for a while. And so the Al is partially that, and it's also partially a portmanteau of alchemy and comedy. Are you a comedian? No, I'm just funny looking, but I figured that was close enough. At this point, for me, it's like ascended, where it was such a bad idea at the time that it's become a good idea. You're playing very practical chess this game. This is a nice game of chess. Rook d2, like it a lot. Rook takes d4. I don't know if we can trust you, though. You can't. I am internet person. Rook a8's fine. Just an a5 first, and then maybe like play the other rook to c8, try to get out this way, g6 first, and bring the other rook in, try to win this pawn, the last remaining pawn. He probably plays rook a7, then I would go like g6, and then I'd play rook b8 to rook b3. Always just internet person. They can legally never lie. Yeah, exactly. Okay, c8, h4, rook d8. Sure. King f1, d4. Oh, this is even better. In that case, rook a8 was a bit quick. A bit too fast. But honestly, out of all the moves you could have played as a gut instinct move, putting the rook behind your pawn, not the worst thing you could have done. I like the plan of rook d8 and pushing the d pawn though. And then the e pawn, then f pawn. I like it a lot. Very practical. Again, this is a very practical game of chess. e4 is good. There's a bunch of weaknesses here that he can't defend. No reason to just munch up these pawns as well. But e4 is also very good. Rook takes a3, rook a2, then takes on g2, then d2. Very nice. Clean. I really don't have any comments. There's like nothing that I would have done, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe you could argue that 97 was bad because it allowed takes, and after takes you'd have to take back with queen or something. I don't even know if that's true. And I'm not even really afraid of it. I don't even think it matters that much. Yeah, it's not even a good move. Playing as knight g6 anyway. Yeah. Going bishop f4, I usually go h4 with white. Bishop f4. h4 is known as the tall, if memory serves. So h4 right here is the tall, I think. Yeah. This is what I used to play as well, back when I played e4 as my main repertoire. Does that mean I'm not a disappointment anymore? You were never a disappointment. Yeah, I used to play the tall back when I played e4 as my main repertoire. I still stand by it as a very good way of playing against it. Playing against the Caro-Kann. It's one of the main lines. Knight c3 and g4? Of course you do. But this is a very good game of chess. Why did you switch from e4? Because I hate the French. Technically, that's not the reason, but low-key, the reason is because I hate the French. The tall is very nice. Exactly. Low-key, it's because I hate the French. In reality, if you want the actual answer, it's because what I played for the longest time was Gotham's e4 repertoire. And while it took me to 1800 and was very successful in that regard, some of the lines started to become a little bit drier. For example, the Vienna, people stopped falling for the Vienna Gambit, so I ended up started playing like the Vienna main lines. And so while those lines were good and weren't making me lose games, I wasn't enjoying them. And I also wasn't enjoying any of the French positions. I tried a few different ways of playing against the French. I didn't enjoy any of them. And so I ended up not liking my e4 positions. I ended up not liking e4, e5, and I didn't like e4, e6. And so I didn't like the e4, e5 lines. I didn't like the French. And so I was like, what am I doing? Why am I playing this opening? Like 80% of my games, I hate the position. Right? Have been a period of life where you got bored of chess and stopped for a while? Not really. I've gotten bored of studying chess, and that's kind of where I am now. I'm studying a bit more now. I'm on the backswing. I'm coming back, but 92 versus French maybe fit better. The French is there are lines against the French. I just hadn't found one I enjoyed. And then I went to a tournament with and I was rooming with a stronger player than me. He was like a 2300. I mean, the French e45, you have less control of the pawn structure is black. True. But I was rooming with this 2300 rated FIDE player. So there's 2300 FIDE. True. And this 2300 FIDE played as his main repertoire the English and the ready. Knight f3 and c4. And while I was rooming with him, we were chatting and he saw that I was having trouble with white. And he said, why don't you play knight f3? And he explained to me why it was good, right? He basically gave me the elevator pitch. And so I tried it out and I instantly fell in love. I feel like I was given the option of picking what openings I like. And so maybe that's why he didn't become a GM. Oof. No, knight f3 is completely respected. Moirologist? Moirologist. Is a moirologist? Thanks so much for the follow. And so I fell in love immediately. Fight. Yes. I fell in love immediately because I'm given full control to do whatever I want. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to use that for any nefarious purposes. On an unrelated note, if you see any car loans, don't worry. It's an error that happens all the time. So I instantly fell in love. And I get, so like, I considered playing C4, but I really hate the symmetrical English. I don't enjoy the positions. And so, but knight F3, if my opponent plays C5, I can transpose into a Sicilian, and I love Sicilians. So I'm given, like, I can play the Sicilian against this, I can transpose into D4 openings. I get to play, and as D4 openings for a while, I just played, like, boring stuff. What I played was, I played this, and I went Queen C2, and I basically just played for the Carlsbad. And that was the worst part of my openings for a while. I do look like a guy that enjoys this. I love the Sicilian. Anyway, and so I played just the Carlsbad positions for a while. I did pretty well. And I enjoy them. I still play those to this day as a backup repertoire. If I feel like someone's prepared for my main lines, I'll just take and then play Queen C2 and play this position. There's like no theory because you just play normal chess. And I like it. But it didn't feel winning enough. It felt like black equalized out the opening, and I don't want that. And then I saw game 6, and then I watched the World Chess Championships, Carlsen versus Jan, and I saw game 6, the 8-hour game where Carlsen just played the Catalan and wiped Jan off the board. Queen C2 would probably transpose to theory. Yeah, but my point is, it's not a position that requires a lot of theory. You can just play it off of good positional chess, which has been my strength for a while. And then I saw game 6 of Catalan. It was a Catalan, and Carlsen sacked a pawn, and Jan didn't take it because he was scared. Beautiful game. And that game of chess quickly became my favorite game of chess of all time. And I went down the rabbit hole of seeing Daniil Dubov's games, because Daniil Dubov was Carlsen's second and is one of the foremost theoreticians for the Catalan nowadays. Yeah, exactly. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And that inspired me to play the Catalan. And so then I realized that knight F3 is really good at transposing into the Catalan. And so now I play knight F3, and against most lines, I transpose into a Catalan. The exception, again, primarily being C5, where I play E4 and go into a Sicilian and play an open Sicilian. And so knight F3 really let me pick and choose my openings. It has some annoying quirks, but I don't mind them. It's a nice repertoire. Thank you. It's a very aggressive repertoire where I'm trying to win every game I play. Memory says it's not Catalan. Some goofy sideline. Yes, it was a goofy sideline. But that's a nice thing about the Catalan. It's got like a billion goofy sidelines. My last one on the stream? I don't know. Maybe. We'll find out. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. It's your turn, King. And it'll be your turn twice. Because that's how we scheduled it earlier. And so, as white, that's my repertoire. And see, against this, I get to play a Slav. And I like the Slav. Actually, I'm going to play G3 first, because this prevents some of the best lines against the, what's it called? Against the King's Indian attack, specifically like the Spassky. Which, in my opinion, is the best line against the King's Indian attack. I really like the Spassky. It was a goofy sideline, but that's one of the beauties of the Catalan, is there's so many goofy sidelines. And then as black, my repertoire is even goofier. As black, my repertoire is the Sicilian and the Dutch. I basically just play flank pawns. Knight F3 G3 stuff. Knight F3 G3 stuff I play sometimes. That's a nice thing. Knight F3 gives me so many options. I get to pick and choose exactly what I want. I like having that level of control. You do pay for it. There are downsides, but for me the downsides are minor. What was that? Bishop F4, Bishop F5 is a bit inaccurate in those lines, if memory serves. Why'd you resign? It was only a pawn. And you have better development. I mean, not really. It would have been a painful game, but I have queen b3, queen b6. Yeah, and then I play c5. I was actually betting on that. And then I was going to play c5. I'll show you. Queen b3, queen b6, I would have played c5. Then queen takes, pawn takes, and I play for the a file. It's not amazing, but... Wait, knight f3 almost always? Almost always. Knight f3, move 1. Now, I rarely play king's Indian attack, but I like having it as a side weapon. I like having that many side repertoires and having like backup plans on backup plans. So if I get skittish and decide that someone's prepping for me, I can just play something else. Like here, I can play like a weird bad Caro Kann. It's good stuff. Okay, I get another game against King George. And so then I've been playing the Sicilian Dragon since I started playing chess. For knight f3, I usually go d4. And then I played d5, you mean? Yeah, knight f3, d5, I play d4, and we transpose into a queen spawn. Yeah. Knight c3, it's 2 knights Caro. Boom, I can play 2 knights Caro if I want. Which Dutch? Leningrad. I just started learning it like a week ago, so it's the newest opening in my repertoire. Before that, I played a modern Slav. No, sorry, I played a classical Slav. Before that, I played a classical Slav, but while my scoring with it has been fine, I haven't been enjoying the positions. So I did a bit of soul searching and database searching, and I decided to play the Slav. Not Slav. I decided to play the Dutch. You transpose a lot of things. Yep, it's the transposition opening. There's not that many unique lines. Most of the unique lines come via knight f3, c5, c4, which I played for a while, but I don't like the symmetrical English, so I stopped. Symmetrical English is fine. It's totally playable. It's a completely normal opening. Just don't. Do you want f4? Yes. Because Leningrad, right? If you're going to play Leningrad, you have to 1 f4. Otherwise, I mean, you can go 1 e6. No, you can't go 1 d6, but then you have to be ready to play a Pirtz, and I don't really want to play a Pirtz. You can go 1 d6, but 1 d6, you have to be comfortable in the Pirtz. Or a modern. And I don't really want to play a Pirtz or a modern. You can even go 1 g6. Well, yeah, then you're definitely going for a modern. 1-5 is the word. You just got to be careful. 1 f4. 1 f4 is the... King, it's your turn again. Sure. You can go g6 and e4 and c5. Yeah, but that's still like a modern. It's just a weird modern. No, it's an accelerated dragon, is it not? No, it's not even an accelerated dragon. Hold on a second. What are we saying? We're saying like d4, g6, e4, c5. Yeah, I don't like these. I'm not a modern guy. No, it's not hyper accelerated, because hyper accelerated is the other way around. It's like this, and then you play like g6 and then d4. This is the hyper accelerated. Without knight f3, you don't let them take in the hyper accelerated. It's an attempt to turn into accelerated dragon. Yeah, but if they take, it's not an accelerated dragon, or they push or something. If you do that with 1 d6. But if I played 1 d6, then I'd have to be ready for a Pirtz. No, because of c5. What the heck is c5? This is bad. This is worse than a Pirtz. Because they're not going to play... Yeah, it doesn't transpose, because they don't have to play knight f3. They can take. That's the problem, is if you play c5 later, you know. Yeah, that's the problem. If you play c5 after they play d4, they can always take. And that ends up being a completely different line. Usually a worse one. So I'm currently going for 1 f5. Now, the problem is that allows the Staunton, so I have to have my Staunton theory up to date. I actually just got hit with a Staunton earlier today, and somehow I survived, but I'm 90% sure I was losing out of the opening, and my opponent just blundered. So I have to know my Staunton theory, which that's one of the weak points of my repertoire currently. Again, the Dutch currently is a bit of a weak point for me because I'm just now learning it. My results haven't been terrible so far, but I'm not like super confident in it. Did King leave? King George the First? It's his turn again. We only played once. You don't worry about G3, D4, C4? I mean, no, that's just the main line. C6 sidelines and knight C6 main line. Staunton. I played C6 earlier today, Cormac. I haven't studied any theory, but I knew C6 was a thing. So I played C6. I'll show you the game. I'll show you the game. Well, we're waiting to see if King comes back. I lost, but it was quite close. Here's the game. I'll show you. I'll show you. I lost, but my opponent blundered and he gave me a chance. I just gave him a piece for free in the end game. Like a dumb. This game chess was terrible, but I did play C6. I just didn't know what to do afterwards. He played the Lasker stuff. He played F3 and sacked the pawn. And I tried going D3, which I'm pretty sure is terrible, but I was improvising. In hindsight, it was terrible, but at the time, I was very scared of taking the pawn. It was Staunton, and then I played C6. I like G6 there at some point. Yeah, I tried. And he played F3, and I have no idea what to do in this position. I went E3, which is evidently terrible, but I didn't know. This looked like really scary. This looks insanely scary. Now, evidently there's nothing, but I just felt like I was getting destroyed long term. Evidently I was seeing ghosts, but I tried playing this, and you saw I spent like a minute on this position. G6 instead of C6. I haven't studied these lines at all yet. I just don't know them. I'm going to, but I haven't yet. D3, D5, Queen takes C3, Knight BD7, and I end up playing this, which is just terrible. Horrible chess. It's like +2. It's very bad. Now, he let me go C5 takes, Queen D6. Oh, Knight BD7. Knight B7. I think you did. And D5 after G6. Yeah, that makes sense. C6, Knight C6. I haven't checked yet. He has a whole chapter on the Staunton. Again, I just dumped and gave him a knight. I'm actually winning here. Just go Rook D8. I hallucinated. I had 54 seconds and I was panicking. And so I was like, oh, I go here, here, and I'm fine. But I forgot that after takes, he could just take the knight. I was like, here, here, and I never lose. Which is true. If I get my knight to F5, I never lose. But, I just have to play Rook D8 first. And then he plays Knight C3 again, and now I go Knight E3. And I never lose. So I just gave him a knight and lost. But I managed to survive. I don't know how I survived. But okay, so it appears King is not here. So. Which means it's my turn, which means it was Cat's turn, but Cat also isn't here. Is anyone else in queue? It's Cormac's turn. Who else is in queue? Oh, Cormac was last. Okay, Cormac. Send us off. Actually, I'll check real quick. He recommends Knight C6. Ah, don't complain. Don't be like that. Gotham in his Dutch course recommends Knight C6. B6, Knight C3, Bishop B7, D4, E6, E4. Totally understand all those very fun lines. Yeah. I don't mind either. I mean, the thing I like about Gotham's course is always is he focuses on very winning lines, lines that play for the win. And so I tend to agree That's also something I aim for. So I don't know enough about the Staunton to know what line I would pick, but for now I'll just go with his recommendation and work from there. Six, four, bishop e4, bishop d3, f5. What is this? What is this opening? And you can't take because of... Wow, that's crazy. You can't take because g2. It's theory? Evidently, but... Queen e2. I'm guessing knight f6, yeah. F3, knight c6. Suddenly, I kind of like black's position. Mainline English defense. This looks like Gotham theory. This does kind of look like Gotham theory. d5, bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, knight e5. And look at that, targeting the weaknesses. This actually looks kind of nice for black. B stuff is usually suspicious. Yeah, the e6, b6 course. It might be Gotham theory. I know Cormac's bought one of Gotham's courses before. And then knight takes d3, e takes, and then knight takes. And suddenly, these pawns are weak. White's underdeveloped with this pawn on f3 blunting his own knight. And this f file is kind of a strength. Wow. Bishop a3. Bishop a3 looks like a good move. I wonder why it's not. d6. Okay, blunting the bishop. That makes sense. Evidently, there's better. Is there like a weird queen check? Yeah. There's queen check, and then the queen comes all the way to a4, which forces the bishop back. Unless you play like c4. What the... Ben Feingold would say that. And then you just play king f7 and there's nothing. What on earth? And black's completely winning. It's crazy. So d6 is good, but that queen h4 stuff... And you play king f7 and there's nothing. That's insane. Queen e7 check. Queen e7 check feels wrong. You have knight f4 first, evidently. Targeting the weak f2 pawn. And if he goes check, now you can stop it. Because you check and you don't check. You pin the queen to the king. And if he takes, you take, you're happy, and your pieces are just better. Queen e7 allows king f1. Targeting the g2 pawn. What is this nonsense? Queen e4 allows knight f4. And now we've transposed g4, rook a e8, king f2, king d7, which misses the opportunity to go knight check, and then h5. h5 just in general being a very good move. This is a standard idea. You take, and no matter which way he takes back, he loses the rook, right? It's the double pin. This is like a Catalan sort of thing. This sort of thing happens all the time in the Catalan. King d7, king g3, g5. Why? g5 allows h4. And now this knight is almost trapped. He has to go to like d3, which is a hideous square for it. h6, takes. Bishop b2. Putting the bishop on a better diagonal with tempo against the rook. But now, rook h1 happens. And the king is in a weird spot. You can't move the knight for fear of the pin. And even if you could move the knight, it'd be checkmate. And now you have to try somehow get rid of this knight via some fancy schmancy bishop maneuver. Something like bishop f6 loses. And now you win all of the pawns because they're all on light squares. And so you end up like a billion pawns up in the endgame. And you go here and you skewer the pawns. And even though it's an opposite color bishop endgame, there are just too many pawns for black. 3 connected protected passers. That's too much. And it's over. Wow. What a crazy game of chess. What do you mean you didn't have a better game to show to end it off? You acted like this was a bad game. This was insane. Anywho, I'm going to call it because it's a little past 11 and I tried to end streaming at 11 p.m. We'll raid TK. And so, I'm live 3 times a week. However, for the next 2 weeks, I will not be here. I will be in Italy because my little brother is playing in the World Youth Chess Championships. And so, I'm going with him because, you know, emotional support, and also I'm his chess coach. So, it's kind of important that I go. So, due to the fact that I will be living it up in Italy, I will not be here. I'm also his bodyguard. And also his talent agent. Also his travel agent. I'm also his manager. I'm also his handler. You know, all the things. I wear many hats. Good luck. Thank you very much. Now, rating TK. Have an excellent night, y'all. I got to go.